right. So let's see if the sound is working. Can you hear me well? All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you? All good? High spirits? Okay, so welcome everyone inside in person, and also welcome the ones that are attending remotely this session. Welcome to this i14y Lab Summit 2023 under the motto Test and Validate. My name is Catarina Cruz, and together with Nico, we will be facilitating today's event. Nico, thanks for joining me this time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So, Nico, you were curious this morning about one thing, right? So, we see in the audience many familiar faces, but we also see new faces. So, do you want to ask something to the audience?
For sure. Who's been with us last year at last year's summit?
Raise the hand.
Quick show of hands, right. Okay.
Nice.
That's good. We had quite a journey, I would say, from onboarding new colleagues, having hosting Slugfests even, and also introducing partnerships here, such as associated partners. And I could go on 1,000 words, but I'd rather play the recap video for you guys. That's coming up now.
All right, good. Then let's play the video. Let's see the video.
Let's roll.
My wish for i14y Lab is that we can convince more companies to run their tests at the lowest costs that are possible for the disaggregated ecosystem.
This is also an order for us, right? That with our testing methodology, the processes we develop, that we meet those highest demands.
We are strong believers in ORAN and its benefits, and we are also very committed to make it a commercial reality.
People are just warming up here. This is just an initial phase of what is already begun.
The i14y setup is the right way to help the industry progress Open RAN.
In principle, the folks come to us with a very clear idea what they want to test. We're providing an infrastructure, support, and technology.
We have in total 16 vendors signed up for this Slugfest. This time what we are trying to do is do advanced functional testing such as handover testing, multi-slicing testing.
And we are truly getting together to create something greater than individual companies would be able to do.
Great. Okay, so Nico, I have to come clean, and I have also to share with the audience something. Earlier today, I was asking ChatGPT what it would mean to be a good facilitator for this event. And among different things, so ChatGPT was telling, well, you know what, for being a good facilitator, you need also to keep up the emotional spirit in the audience and guide the audience in the right way. So I said to myself, well, challenge accepted. So it's our role to keep all the audience entertained and give you a good experience. So what do you think, Nico? Challenge accepted?
Challenge accepted.
Great. So with no further delays, let us call to the stage Slavomir and Fotis, the hosts of the location and the event. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for making this event possible. Slavomir, would you like to start?
Yeah, so warm welcome at the Science Space Station at HHI. This is the official name of this premises. We moved here, I mean, it's a great pleasure to host you here. So many people, I hope it will be a great event. We moved here last December, I mean, my department at HHI, so everything is fresh and new. Fresh and new, so I hope you will be enjoying the event. And maybe for those who are interested, the site used to be lanolin factory, making wool grease many years ago. But now people are working on the communication networks of the future. And then, so this is the life, right? And in this context, I have a small announcement. During the breaks, you have the opportunity for demo tours. We have 3 demos related to 5G and 6G. For example, AI-based QoS prediction or open source ORAN and XApp demo. So you are invited, please, in the back of the second room. There will be demo tours during the breaks. So I wish us all interesting and really successful summit. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. How are the energy levels today? Yeah, excellent. As you said, Katerina, we need those energies,
Absolutely.
right? And sustainable energies too. So my name is Fotis Karonis. It's a huge honor to be here with you. This is not my first time, so I'm super pleased. And I represent Capgemini here together with Shamik. We really believe, and it's on the tin, right? It's i14y is an incredible place for not only anymore for experimentation now, but we are moving into the industrialization phases with testing and validation, right? We are one of the partners of this laboratory. But also we are a very important partner of the ecosystem of Open RAN and disaggregated networks. As you said, Slavomir, thank you first of all for having us here. It is the future of our networks, right? It's about what telcos would really require to boost the capabilities of the network, more efficient, more disaggregated, more options. What I want to say is that it is about an ecosystem that is now coming into more industrial phases. Capgemini has a very important role to play. We are a founding member of the Open RAN committee, but also for TIP. And we have a co-chair position with Shamik in the GSMA Open Platform Group, right? Which is very important. So we need to boost this ecosystem. We believe that the market is in this industrialization phase. As we heard, there's more than 50, 60 now vendors. And we need to test all these different systems in order to be validated, certified, and operational. It is very important to have interoperability, security, reliability, as we need all these services in the radio, in these big networks for data, video, but also more about coming into the business-critical functions, mission-critical functions. So the importance of these testings and industrialization is now very important. And through this, we're having now more better testing processes. We have CI/CD. The softwarization brings us into a new era. And we need to take that advantage for, making it a great experience for us as community, the telco industry, and of course the end consumers and the industries. With that, I need to also just remind us that it's all about automation as well, right? Automation, orchestration, and AI plays a very important role. It's about generative AI, but also more, the things that really need for real time, because these networks have to be automated, but it also has to have the reliability and the proactiveness, so that we don't just repeat what we have, but we get something better. It's not just a technology change; it is also a service change, and this industry is really requiring that. So, with that, I wish you all the best, and and let's go for it, right? Let's have a great time, okay? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you, Slavomir. Thank you so much. Once again. All right. So before I announce the first open dialogue of the morning, let me remind you one thing. So the team that is behind this event did an amazing job putting a very and great, fantastic agenda. So you can definitely attend to great keynote speeches, open dialogues, round tables. But let's not also forget that you can sign up for guided tours. So ENTC, so our friend Karsten over there, so he will be waiting for you to join him or Laura in a guided tour. So I think the first one starts at 10:45, right, Karsten? And then we also have here guided tours in the building. So be aware that you can also sign up to those. As Slavomir was mentioning, so in the showroom, so in the entrance, there's a lot of demos, there's a lot of experts waiting for you if you want to engage and understand what demos are we sharing there. So please be aware, make yourself also with time to do networking, to introduce yourself to the other participants and have fun. So said that, so let me welcome to the stage into our open dialogue, Alex. Alex, try. Hi, Alex. And I would like also to welcome Shamik from Capgemini. Pleasure to have you here, Alex. Shamik, good morning. So you are already veterans in the stage, right? And also the Open Run is not news for you, right? So really eager to attend your dialogue, but perhaps before we go straight to your discussion, to your interesting discussion, how about if we play a video that will reflect the fun that we had and the outcomes, serious outcomes that we had from the Spring Plug Fest that was conducted in the i14y lab. So, Christian, shall we play the video?
Hello and welcome once again to the i14y lab.
Great, right? So this is the right trigger and the right teaser for your discussion. Thank you so much. The stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you, Katarina, and good morning from my side. This is my third day this week. Yeah, I'm very happy to be back to the i14y event with Shamik. When was the first time we met each other? Probably 2017, 18?
2017,
yeah,
2016.
First topic is already 6 years ago, right?
6 years ago.
So time flies so fast. And the topic we discussed about was edgy.
It was edge,
computing.
yeah, edge computing.
Now, yeah, it's a good, predecessors before we embarked this journey about the Open RAN, because Open RAN is all about cloudification, virtualization, and adopting the COTS hardwares, which is the edgy, edge application can be hosted, right? Yeah. Together with the traditional RAN stack. Now, accept RFs, all this AI machine learning, ChatGPT things, can be hosted by the.
Absolutely, and I think what Open RAN really brings in is the fact that the radio network was pretty much inaccessible to companies outside the network equipment provider ecosystem. And we all know if we have to innovate in a certain technology, we have to go beyond a certain ecosystem, right? We have to evolve the ecosystem forward. It means that Open RAN brings in software companies, system integrators, startups who can all innovate on something. Perhaps which was more or less inaccessible earlier. It also means that there are sandboxes, labs like i14y brings in the possibility of innovating on Open RAN, whether it's creating new applications or new use cases or even testing and validating. That's what we are here for. Alex, what
yeah,
you?
Okay, so we prepared some slides, right?
We did.
From each side. So let me start with my slide, if you don't mind. Can you display my slide? Okay, yeah, so good. By the way, for those of you don't know about me, I'm working for the Deutsche Telekom, and also I'm running the T-Labs, co-located as i14y in the Winterfeldstrasse in Berlin, and also I'm working for ORAN as a chairman. I was one of the 5 co-founders of ORAN Alliance. The discussion started once again in 2017, and then 2018 we managed to kickstart our ORAN Alliance. Our first launching event was held in Mobile World Congress Barcelona, together with my 4 co-founders. One, Andre Fuchs, AT&T CTO, he retired, and also Jack Mao, the CTO of China Mobile, and also Nakamura-san of NTT Docomo, again CTO of Docomo. And we have a gentleman, Emmanuel from, I guess, it's Orange. So that's how we started this Orange journeys, and 3 of them retired since then, and Emmanuel changed his role in Orange. So I'm the only remaining co-founders. So therefore, I became a new chairman of board in Orange Alliance since August last year. So it's my pleasure to be able to serve this whole Orange community as a chairman of the Orange Alliance. So that I feel some obligation to give you a few words about what's happening in Orange Alliance. So Orange Alliance, our mainstreams comprise 3 pillars. First is a specification developments. Of course, we are doing, what we are doing in this specification development is very much complementary to what the other side, which is a 3GPP, is doing. So especially we are the one who actively developing the specification for the open front haul, which is never be a part of the 3GPP. Very successful, and so far we managed to publish more than over 100 specification documents, which can be available on our website. Yeah, and then the second pillar is Orange software communities. So unlike a traditional standard forum like a 3GPP, from the beginning we decided to launch the open source projects to implement the telco stack, RAN stack based on the specifications. That's how we started this open source projects. And thanks to the Linux Foundation, they hosting our projects. Of course, there are some commercial transaction, contracts with them between the Linux Foundation and Orange Alliance. So far, we managed to deliver our 7th software release, alphabet code G version. So it's all there. If you go to our OSC site, you can download it, you can play with it. Yeah. So there we have open source rig platform, open source, and other building blocks, and etc. So, but there are some missing blocks. That's why early this year we decided to establish a strategic open source collaboration with the other one, open air interfaces, based in Sophia Antipolis in France. So they have done quite a good job developing all this open source, not only for the RAN stack but also the RIC and also core network. So we realized it would be good to join forces and driving this open source RAN stack together. Last but not least, today's the highlight is the testing and integration. I really like the theme for this event today, test and validate, because so far our focus was to develop the specification, but now we have to, switch our focus all to the commercial and commercialization. That's the primary goal. So next slide. Oh, thank you, Shamik. And then let me give you a few more words about what testing and integration activities are being run in Orange Alliance. So it comprises 4 steps. I mean, the first step as shown in this slide on the right-hand side is the specification developments. After that, we have 4 follow-up steps, starting with the first, developing the specification just for the testing. So conformance testing, interoperability testing, and end-to-end testing. So we have a dedicated working group in charge of this task. And then after that, we have a PlugFest. We just finished the PlugFest, Spring PlugFest, including i14y labs. The PlugFest was done at 10 different locations across the world, and more than 60 companies, including, of course, the Capgemini, is a big part of it. So, and then finally, we have a third step, which is OTICs. OTIC stands for Open Testing and Integration Center. And so far, O-RAN Alliance managed to approve 13 OTICs across the world. 4 in US, 4 in Europe, and 5 in East Asia, including Japan and Singapore, Taiwan. And so, yeah, and also in US we have Cairo, and today we have stakeholders. Where is it? Julie Cup. Ah, okay. She's from NTIA. She's a big sponsor for the OTIC. So, and then final step is, of course, the certification and batching. So we have certification batch, and also we have 2 batches we are issuing. One is batching for the interoperability, and second is for the end-to-end testing. So remember that we are not the only organization issuing such batching and certification. We have a companion organization, which is a TIP. David, do we have a David? Oh, back there. Okay, they are there. So they also, have their own program. So last slide is, as already mentioned, we established 13 OTIC globally, as you can see in this chart, and we are very proud of it so far. Establishing such global networks, OTIC networks. Okay, that's.
Thanks, Alex. So I'll quickly walk you through some of my slides here. So just for people who don't know me, I'm Shamik. I'm the CTO for connectivity in Capgemini, and I also am the deputy chair for the GSMA Operator Platform Group. While a lot of the Open RAN work happens in the Open RAN Alliance and 3GPP also, we in GSMA, we are also trying to figure out something there, particularly on how we can make developers access Open RAN. Not just Open RAN, the network in general. And if you're aware, the GSMA Open Gateway project also enables application developers to access network, and we are working towards that as well. So very quickly, if you look at the areas from an Open RAN, and I'll speak from a system integrator's perspective. Open RAN, of course, promises many things, amongst them the fact that there is supply chain diversity that's expected out of Open RAN. The fact that for the first time, perhaps the radio network itself becomes a platform for innovation. It brings in new companies, new software companies, and new application providers to the ecosystem. It also promises a long-term TCO reduction, which I think we are still to prove, but maybe over a long time we will figure it out. And then, of course, a major focus for system integrators at least is to figure out how the deployments can be resilient, in the sense that we don't have to end up doing a lot of maintenance of Open RAN because maybe there are stability issues. So how do we actually ensure that the deployments are resilient and the managed network becomes more easier to handle? So of course that requires a fair amount of things to be done in labs like i14y lab. And one of the things that there are many projects that are going on, and Alex has covered the most important ones there already. But there are projects like in Nefio, which is I would say an open orchestration platform that we are trying to build together with several companies. Capgemini is involved in it to see how we can create the infrastructure orchestration of Open RAN more simplified in a cloud-native manner. And also there are areas that we need to work in the deployment side as well. From Capgemini's perspective, we are focusing on 2 major projects from a research and innovation perspective. One we call as the Network API platform, which tries to address reducing the entry barrier for application providers who may not be RAN experts, but who should be able to build use cases and applications on top of RIC platforms, for example. And the second one is what we call as Project Bose, which is named after the Indian wireless legend, Dr. Jagadish Chandra Bose. It's a project to actually address the sustainability and the energy efficiencies of RAN, and how third-party application providers can actually be innovative in trying to drive some of the sustainability benefits in RAN. Apart from those areas of focus, From a system integrator's perspective, and I mentioned this earlier, that there are certain challenges that we face as system integrators for Open RAN. And it is primarily about deployment. So how do we actually ensure that the Open RAN is more predictive? We have made Open RAN open in the sense that the telemetry is open, the interfaces are open. So the openness should drive some benefits. And those benefits, a system integrator or a managed service provider should be able to showcase as part of their business case. So once we move from lab to live, a system integrator should be able to maintain the network better. And for that, of course, it's required that we are able to collect data real time. We are able to build the next generation network operation centers where root cause analysis is automated and perhaps even predictive. Energy optimization should be a key aspect about how system integrators look at Open RAN. It cannot necessarily be the same like the traditional RAN, so there must be some hooks and levers. And collaboration is required both with the network equipment providers, system integrators, and application providers on how this can be done. There are other areas which I think is also equally important from a resilient deployment perspective. One of them is the intelligent service rollout. Once we roll out a network, an Open RAN network in live, then we should be able to operate at least 50% of the operations should be able to be done remotely, or maybe more, in terms of how we are able to create digital twins for individual base stations, individual Open RAN deployments, and how the data from one digital twin can be utilized by the others. And this is still work in progress. And most likely, one of the major focus areas for labs like i14y would be to figure out whether we can test and validate some of these use cases. Before I end, a very quick update about the two projects that I mentioned. One is the developer experience. As I mentioned, this is a very important thing for us. How do we build applications on top of RIC? Because it's not necessary that the RIC would be easy to develop and deploy. We still build RICs, keeping in mind that there is a network expert would be using RIC applications. But if we have to democratize that and bring in more applications, we may have to build it like a developer expects a platform to be. And in GSMA, Open Gateway projects, as well as in the Network as a Service track of Operator Platform Group, we are trying to bring in a standardized way of developing APIs and how those APIs can be deployed. And maybe there could be even different business models where an operator can own the platform, or there could be an aggregator, there could be third parties who are providing platforms. So how can we actually ensure that the application provider or the developer in general is able to access the network easily? So this is a project that we intend to test in i14y lab. We want to see how we can create APIs in a more simplified manner, how we can bring APIs, how can we make APIs more open? And we are leveraging the Open RAN software community as Open RAN Alliance's software community as a base. And the last one is the Project BOSE. The Project BOSE is our research and innovation project on trying to drive better sustainable RAN networks using data. Of course, not everything can be done by data, but at least a significant part can be still. And we realize that there are many things inside the network which can be optimized through data if we can get the right data from the operator itself. And how we can perhaps use some kind of closed loop automation to ensure that the carrier and the cell optimization and the cell deployments are fully optimized at runtime. And we have done one or a few tests and validations with some operators, and we have figured out, even with the most basic use cases, with the most basic data available, we are able to reduce the energy efficiencies, or we are able to improve the energy efficiencies significantly, from a CO2 emission perspective, as well as shutting down dead cells or sleeping cells, or even using some of the major elements already present in the network and how we can actually drive that from a real-time perspective. Again, my perspective is that such projects, research projects, will not become commercial, not become become a prime time, unless We do collaboration in labs like i14y lab, where network equipment providers, system integrators, and application developers can bring in some of their applications around energy efficiencies, and we can test and validate that. And we intend to do that in i14y as well. And remember, there won't be a single application delivering energy efficiency. There will be many. There will be many strategies, many technologies, many use cases around energy efficiency, and such labs will ensure that that diversity of applications and ideas around energy efficiencies can be tested and validated. Right, and thank you very much. There's a QR code if you want to know a bit. I have to plug in a bit about Capgemini as well. So there's this QR code. You want to learn more about what we do in Open RAN. That's the website for us. Thank you.
Shami, yeah. we made a lot of good progress, but still we have a lot of remaining challenges.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. And that's, I think, the critical part of our message is that now we move from the actual deployments to operations, to application development, and how we can maintain Open RAN, how we can make Open RAN more ruggedized and more stable. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great insights. And Alice, Shamik, I think that the only way to continue the work is really to continue in community and ecosystem, right? So thank you for the great insights. You are also part of it. All right. So I would like to announce now the first keynote of the morning, how one-stop testing can boost your bottom line in Open RAN. So help me to welcome Stefan to the stage. Stefan, bonjour. Bonjour, monsieur. Try that one, yes? Okay.
Yes.
Yes? Okay,
yes.
very good.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen, and thanks for coming.
German, not really, so I say bonjour.
Bonjour.
Or annyeonghaseyo to Alex. Good morning. So, yes.
Indeed. So, Stefan, you flew all the way from San Francisco to be here with us today, right?
Yes, because I had a very important mandate to deliver here. So I would like to thank Deutsche Telekom for bringing me here. But, they also tasked me to actually look at the reality. Because, make no mistake, it's great to have such a development looking at the ecosystem, how it is swelling. However, if you look at the economics, we have a big problem because not everyone's going to make it. I mean, the way we are progressing, if you look at the history of economics, and particularly, when you deregulate an industry, there is that excitement, a big bubble, and then it bursts. And this is based on what happened in the past. And I'm using George Stigler, for example. He's an economist who modeled and studied the big burst of the U.S. railway in the 19th century by looking at, all the events that led to the crash. And since this model has been, used and it holds very well. So
great.
I don't want to scare everyone,
no.
the audience here, but I mean, we're on that trajectory actually.
Good introduction,
well.
Stefan, and good framework for your talk. Let me just ask you one thing, because I was just searching a little bit about you. So you are with light counting, right? And
so, yeah,
you are also an avid surfer. I want to double click on that one.
Yeah, so in fact, many people have known me for decades. I was an engineer at Alcatel, traveling the world actually, and I started my career in optics, optical systems. But then became an analyst at RHK. And in fact, I developed the relationship with Deutsche Telekom through Alcatel because of the friendship between France and Germany, but also at RHK, where I covered Europe, optical system in Europe. And then became an analyst at RHK in the late 90s. Then RHK actually, and going back to the crash optical bubble, remember? 99, 2000, because of the deregulation and the coincidence of the internet coming on board, with the belief that it would fill all the pipes. So everybody was rushing in WDM, startups all over the place. RHK, you know, was helping all these startups and all of them. So March 2000, NASDAQ 5,000, big crash. Nuclear winter for telecommunications, big crash as well in Europe. Pan-European carriers went bust. City carriers in Germany, right? So this is the history. So I moved to Infonetics Research because we closed the door at RHK. We went bust too. And Infonetics Research was acquired in 2014 by IHS, which merged with Market, becoming IHS Market. And then IHS Market was acquired by Informa. So I joined my former RHK colleagues at Light Counting. It's an optical shop, but we are discovering that, you know, putting the wireless in there is not a good fit. So I created my own firm at the beginning of this year, Terra Research, where basically we are moving the practice, wireless practice there. So that's the whole story.
Okay. So we will double click on the avid surfing later. So you can...
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of my life. I live in San Francisco. If waves are good, I go surf at lunchtime. If it's not, I bike at the beach.
Can we join you there?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, very good.
Even though we have big problems over there, but that's okay. So
have a nice presentation.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, I mean, this is, this is a strong statement. And you're like, why is he saying that? Okay, so then you have to make statements. And this is a typical Barbara Minto approach used by the big consulting firms. You have big statement, you have to back it up with data. So the big statement is, very few actual rollouts, but we have tons of testing and validation efforts all over the world, whether it is related to OTIC or not. I mean, the thing is, you have to look at the marketplace. So the market is growing fast, Open RAN, but it's a small market. It should have passed the $2 billion bar last year. But that didn't happen. Why? Because Dish had some delays, and then, the new challenger in Germany, 9, same thing. We were expecting a few thousand sites. They did not materialize. We missed a few thousand sites from Dish, and boom, the market didn't pass the $2 billion bar. So the market is still mainly driven by Rakuten Mobile in Japan, some NTT Docomo, and that's, then KDDI came on board. So what you hear is, oh, Japanese, Japanese, Japanese. And you'll see, and actually Japan is leading the way. And now there is one-stop test OTIC. This is the first in the world. It's a world premiere where they brought the 4 players in the same room and say, now you have to share, okay? Tell me what you are working on. Oh, by the way, I'm working on the same stuff. Okay, so one has to stop it and move to something else so that we can actually accelerate and make more, progress. So this is, you see all the, and by the way, Open RAN is still a small portion of the global RAN. So we are deregulating the RAN market, going back to what I was saying at the beginning. So you have all these bullets, and, let's go one by one. This is tip map. So you have plenty of names, pretty much, 60 or something, and I'm saying 100. Why? Because you actually have lots of operators in different parts of the world doing something with Open RAN. If you start in the US, you only see 3 names. But for example, one customer of Mavenir is missing there. Then you have US Cellular doing its own, experience with Open RAN. You have a few small operators interested in Open RAN. Do they have the resources, to actually do something with it? That's the big question. You have the Rip and Replace initiative that should open the door to Open RAN. So then if you go to Asia, actually in Korea, there is Open RAN activity in Korea that is not showing up on the map. In the Middle East, same thing. We only see Etisalat, but I can tell you that, others are doing, testing, looking at Open RAN. So, yes, you have hundreds of people out there, but this is pretty much led by Dish and Rakuten Mobile. Well, i9 is actually ready to deploy, but there are all, other structural problems related to the towers market in Germany. So then I say there is a lot of money put on the table. So you can see, countries. So yes, the US is trying to move the needle to basically unlock, the potential of Open RAN, and that's very good news. You have to throw money at it and but you need good coordination. Again, from what I said, try to avoid duplication of these efforts. So this is by far, the biggest amount of money put on the table. Then you have Germany, the UK, and Brazil actually just threw, $35 or $45 million. So these are examples of countries putting money on the table to help the process of moving the Open RAN agenda. Now, on the other side, what's interesting is, going back to the US, perhaps the biggest proponent of Open RAN is actually the DoD, the Department of Defense. Because if you, I don't know how much you know about it, but many US military bases are equipped with Open RAN at this point, actually. And this effort was led by JMA Wireless. I don't know, I haven't seen anybody from JMA Wireless in this crowd, but these are very small footprint. I mean, you just need one CU, one DU, and then you attach a dozen radios and you cover the US base. But this is Open RAN. So you have Northrop Grumman that opened a lab last year in San Diego. Then you have a $1.25 million effort finance from the DoD. But if you look at these small amounts, ask yourself the question, how many engineers and how many pieces of equipment are you going to be able to buy with, $600,000 for Radisys? Not that much, right? Look, we're in the US, folks. An engineer costs a lot of money. I mean, a software engineer is $300K a year. So maybe, you're good, you're not in California to do this, and you can get, a good engineer for $200K. But think, we're talking about cost here, right? So it's very important. Then there is a National Instrument and Spirent. They just announced a partnership to test Open RAN. So again, it adds up again. Somebody is going to do some testing. Cool. Now, this is, Japan, this is we call it Open RAN Nation. This is the first in the world. And you can see actually the work that NTT Docomo has been pushing since the launch, actually, of the ORAN Alliance. With the lead from Nakamura-san, who is now, looking at 6G, actually. But there is new guys working on this. So it's very interesting because it shows you the magnitude of the effort. And this is the essence, of Open RAN, being able to mix and match the best of breed of any components you can find in the marketplace. However, doing this, you have multiple combinations. The more people, the more players you throw into the arena, the more combinations you have, the more resources you need, and the more money you need, to achieve the work. So, but NTT Docomo, since the beginning, was like, hey, wait a minute, this is called ORAX, actually. You know what? Let's look at how to sell it. But, again, this is some kind of a carbon copy of Rakuten Symphony, to some extent. So we have Rakuten Symphony, we have this ORAX from NTT Docomo, and they are working on selling it, in the marketplace in the world. Will it work? So at least, they are trying to think about how to make money about all of this, because this is a lot of work. So they want to share, what they learned about doing this. And as I said, this is the last bullet. So this is the world premiere, where basically you bring everybody to the party in the same room, and you want to share, the experience of doing this, and potentially, the end game is to reduce, the amount of effort and accelerate the adoption of Open RAN. Now, I was asked the question, again, from Deutsche Telekom, who is benefiting from that? Well, nobody, actually. See? Test and measurement company, and, I see Chris, staring at me. don't worry, we did the job of taking, and you can see network enablement, where basically the revenue coming from the testing of 5G, Open RAN, 6G, 5G Advanced is coming from. So what you see here is basically we have passed the peak of 5G, and on both sides of the. So what's missing is Rhodes and Schwartz, because this is a big player based in Munich with very opaque earning statements, so we need to do more digging. And Spirent is in the UK, and again, very difficult to understand where they are. But everyone here on the slide is in the vision map has 5G Advanced now, 6G, and potentially Open RAN. So if you talk to them, oh yeah, Open RAN, but in reality, the market is difficult. Plus, there is tons of second-hand testing and measurement equipment in the marketplace. So you don't need to go see these guys to buy a piece of equipment that works. You go to the second-hand marketplace, you get a piece of equipment, for less bucks. So that also is a concern. And here, so, I put Ericsson on the map here because you can clearly see the 5G peak. And then, and boom, the crash. So many people, many shareholders are very concerned about this. Why do you keep pension funds, in Ericsson if Ericsson is tanking? Where is the money? As you see, MIMO, it's actually Airspan. Airspan is an interesting one. Open RAN hype, then, the market not materializing enough, Airspan struggling. Airspan was part of a SPAC, a specific purpose acquisition company. Boom, big failure. They actually sold their Mimosa business unit, which is kind of interesting to me because this is fixed wireless access, which actually is doing well, in the marketplace. So why do you get rid of that? That's a mystery. And then, the testing and measurement, company, they are stuck. 5G peak. Let's, of course you want to go to 6G. If the stock is going back, but no one is really putting Open RAN on the map. So this is where we are. I mentioned Stigler. So he looked at the cost. So when you start, you have lots of cost, and again, it's no secret that Mavenir has almost $1 billion in funding. So then, as the market progresses, year after year, your cost structure eventually goes down because you find efficiencies. But then, if the revenue stream is not materializing, you have to bring it down anyway, and that's what happened with Power Wireless last year, laying off 80% of the workforce. So this is, the cost structure. But in the long run, the theory shows, and actually the practice, because Stigler checked that, in the long run, it's pretty flat. And that's what we see with big service providers like Deutsche Telekom. After the telecom crash and introducing new technologies, on a regular basis, you maintain your cost structure. So then if you go to the next aspect of deregulation, you throw a lot of players, in the marketplace. And because of this, not everyone is going to make it, because you really need to have what is known as the maximum efficiency of scale over time, meaning that you have to achieve that cost, that flat cost structure, while the market is dynamic and you make revenue and money eventually. So what does it mean? This is where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, look, Mavenir, I said. So, I don't know how many of you know Hubert de Pesquidou, the chairman, former CFO of Alcatel. He said, look, the only option is success, period. Let's throw money at it. And I could, write a dissertation. Actually, we are very well documented about. if you want to know more about all of this, we have plenty of documents because this is what we do for a living. So, Altiostar is an interesting one because Altiostar are the people who disrupted the packet core market with Starrett networks at the beginning of this century. And they were acquired by Cisco in 2009. Then Cisco said, okay, we did it for packet core. And by the way, packet core is not doing well at Cisco. We did it for packet core. Let's do it for the RAN. So you take the same folks and you start Altiostar. So it's only, when, it was kind of interesting, it's only when Japan decided to throw a fourth player and that the US pressured Japan to not bring Huawei, because Rakuten Mobile had selected Huawei, actually, to, again, bring the cost structure as low as possible. But hey, the US came on board, no Huawei. So Tarek Amin said, oh, wait a minute, let's try with Altiostar. Exit strategy, acquisition from Rakuten Symphony, because what would have been the other exit strategy? So think about all these things. And then, I could, because I see the time is running, STL, fiber-oriented company say, oh, let's do Open RAN, and then, no, it smells bad, actually. So let's get out of here. And yeah, RFS to Phenol, is kind of interesting. RFS is manufacturing the radio units for Nokia. So this one is still puzzling, but we are doing some research on it. And then, is this the desired outcome? Look at that. These are big names that we have seen before, right? So Intel, has been dominating since the beginning because they invested a lot. Actually started at Verizon, which was not open. It's still not open. It's just vRAN. Intel, HPE, Samsung. But Samsung now is moving up because it's a dish. So that's, a new development. So you should see Samsung moving up here. Nokia going down. And then you have, the Airspan, Comba, KMW still there, hanging in there, Sercom. And of course, on the chipset, you have plenty of folks coming with NVIDIA, the NVIDIA announcement last week. So, this is a $1 trillion company. So again, you want to throw money at it. But we are like, why in the world a $1 trillion company wants to tackle this small market? But they have a bigger vision than that. They say RAN is a kind of, the future of RAN is a kind of data center. So we are big in data center. So let's rethink, how you configure the RAN, and eventually we may take a piece of that cake. So, and we have a research note going out very soon on NVIDIA. So, yes. So basically, the bottom line, you want to solve this problem, let's work together, as Japan is doing. And the best, the best thing to do in Germany, because Germany has all the 4 players are in Open RAN anyway. So it's like in Japan. In Japan, this came from the government and the US pressure, because when the fourth player was introduced, Rakuten Mobile, then when the decision was made to bring Altiostar, the 3 others were like, oh, wow, that's interesting, let's do the same thing. So NTT Docomo did a lot of work asking its existing players to open the interfaces and mix and match, for both 4G and 5G. KDDI is doing a different approach, looking at vRAN first. And then SoftBank now with NVIDIA. SoftBank is the first NVIDIA customer when it comes to that new open vRAN platform that NVIDIA announced last week. But why is SoftBank the first NVIDIA customer? Well, you have to look at the ramification and the family affair between ARM, NVIDIA, and SoftBank. So all eyes are on SoftBank, and ARM is looking at its IPO because SoftBank needs money. So let's look at this big money involved, making some fuss around Open RAN. In that we'll see. But at least this is Japan. So Germany, yeah, you have Deutsche Telekom, Telefonica, Vodafone, and 1&1. Doing Open RAN. So let's bring the 4 together like Japan did and, share notes, and maybe you can move the needle and, accelerate. Then if you look across the, the other borders, so Spain looks promising, but you don't have, you still need some work to basically look at how this can work. And then forget about France and Italy. France, Free doesn't care, sticks with Nokia. You have Bouygues and SFR. They need to replace Huawei, but they need to be confident enough that Open RAN can do the job, because right now no one is proposing something that is as cheap as Huawei and working as well as Huawei. And Telecom Italia, I mean, if you look at Italy, you still have a lot of ZTE in Huawei, and no one is asking these service providers to actually remove ZTE and Huawei. So you see, this is complicated, very, very complicated, but at least if Germany, can show the example, maybe, the other guys were like, oh yes, wait a minute, we need to do something because we may lose more players in the marketplace. So that's what I have to say. Then I say thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Stefan. Great presentation, and have a nice return back.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so it's time to have our second open dialogue of the morning, and I call to the stage Andreas and Heiko. Hi. Just pick one of the mics. So you will be giving to the audience some key sights about the last 2 days. It's the third day on stage on the road, right? So now, great expectations. No pressure, because, I mean, was it the last 2 days a boo or a bow, right? So you have to convince the audience, or both, exactly. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Oh, really? Thank you. So, who's going to start?
Yeah, so to answer that, it was clearly a bow effect, and I mean, we have every right to be a bit tired because of the third day for us. Yeah. Okay, what happened here in the room, first of all, we had a better oxygen level, I believe, so we had a better air to breathe. Yeah, and then we had this first 2 conference days. Sorry.
Yeah, but Heiko, this is again framing, because not that many people attended it the last 2 days. So that might be also a reason for the oxygen. But back to you.
Yes, so what we had in mind for this first 2 conference days is interaction between academia, corporate R&D, and practitioners. And our job now is to explain to you very briefly and to give you a summary of what we have done and achieved and discussed. And I was thinking how to do that, and I came up with this picture I would like to try on you. So the interaction between this academia research and how corporate is going is a little bit like a gentleman walking his dog. Yeah, so allow me this picture for a minute. Yeah, so a dog owner is strolling in the woods, has a clear path, is going with a steady pace, not too fast, and has a dog on his lead. And the dog is sometimes up front, sometimes it goes sideways, sometimes it vanishes somewhere in the hedges and does things you don't want to know. And but it's still on a lead. Yeah. And the last 2 days could be, if that picture holds, could be about shortening the lead and getting the dog closer to us. So I tried that picture out. And now we could actually review about the lead and about the dog, if you would allow.
I like your picture, Heiko, and it's also dangerous in using such pictures, because in my neighborhood, a small guy lives, and he owns a huge St. Bernard dog. And when they walk outside, perhaps your picture doesn't work, because that looks that the dog just has a walk with this guy. Okay, and perhaps everything is in the middle then. So when we talk about the last 2 days.
Yeah, so maybe let's go to the sessions, to the topics we had. So we had 4 dedicated sessions that was on security, on energy efficiency. Third one was on complexity. We need to rephrase that, so that will be a point in a couple of minutes. And the last one was a little outlook session, future networks, 6G, non-terrestrial networks, that kind of thing. Yes, and the first one, security, actually come back to my picture. So we had one talk from the BSI, the Bundesamt für Sicherheit und Informationstechnik. I believe it's Federal Office of IT Security. And that is very much about strict things. Yeah? It's about regulation, it's about laws, it's about certificates. So this is very well defined, and this is actually would be the dynamics of the dog owner. And then we had other talks from our research partners in Israel talking about attacking AI/ML. And this is very much an academic topic. This is fascinating stuff we need to be aware of. Yeah? So it's about, we all believe that future network management will be run on AI/ML. And then, of course, you have to ask yourself, how secure is that? Can you attack the AI/ML itself? And you can. It's called adversarial AI. And these two examples, represent these dynamics again in my picture.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so fascinating to see how fast the progress in this area of AI/ML is and what these guys already can do. And it's a little bit scary as well, I think. So, because we learned how you can utilize AI and machine learning to confuse other machines and other systems that are where AI is running to just do some useful stuff. And now the point is, okay, what does it tell us for the event today? So is there any additional task for us to think about testing? So how do we approach this? So being aware that you can do all these kinds of super complex things there. So at least that is the learning for me, that we may need to think more about new testing solutions in this context of AI and machine learning. But back to you.
They had very impressive pictures, of course, out of the realm of picture recognition, visual recognition. So you could put a little patch onto a normal passenger car, and then it would be classified as a bus and given priority rights by the AI governing a crossroad. Yeah? And this is just a harmless example, but there can, of course, be much more harmful examples. One good example for shortening the lead is that we actually took this very topic, AI/ML security, and introduced it as a work item in the ORAN Alliance working group. And that's a very good thing and a very good example for how the interaction between academia and the dog owner can be done in the most efficient and best way. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind what was one of the first promises of going for Open RAN and opening all those interfaces. So the one key element was, so we must change the situation for the operators and must allow different institutions, smaller companies, even academics to innovate on these highly complex systems. And I think this promise that clearly takes off. It is thanks to all these new interfaces and thanks to the software-hardware decoupling, thanks to the options that we get from the RIC. Now we have the opportunity that academic partners for sure can do super important experiments, or even smaller companies can contribute to the overarching market of RAN systems. So
absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So and I take yesterday, I think, and the day before, that was clearly an indication that we are heading in that direction. Perhaps not that fast. On the other hand, we see this steps. So
yeah, and there's clearly a role to play for corporate R&D, because we are the translation office. Yeah, we are at the one end of the lead, we are managing the lead. An example for longer distance was this last talk there, a patient zero tracking that was maybe not directly translatable into ORAN problems as you have them now. But it was very illustrating and very educating on the dynamics you have in networks. Yeah? So we studied the problem was you have a certain infection pattern on the network-like structure, in brackets, that could be COVID, but it could as well be computer malware, brackets closed. And that's where it came from. Actually, we started this research before the COVID pandemics, and then we realized it's the same mathematics, same dynamics. And then we can learn about the fundamental properties of the networks from its statistics. And it's also important to know that although we cannot translate that directly into an ORAN solution, vendors could build into their offers. Yeah.
Yeah, so then another important topic, and even mentioned multiple times in the MOU white papers, is energy efficiency. I think we had a lot of interesting and inspiring talks dealing with energy efficiency, and not only utilizing, again, AI, ML to improve the situation, but also discussing the question, how do we measure? How do we measure the energy efficiency? Because it's not just simply this, peak power that you may need for transmitting the full capacity via an air interface. It is more a kind of integral. So over time and over an entire area, yeah, that is the academic understanding, totally right. How does that transfer into something we would like to perform as i14y lab? So perhaps we need a new KPI, we need a new methodology to test that, some agreements in the industry about reference scenarios that include time and area and even traffic loads, so that we can do the calculation and the measurements of multiple systems, how they interact. So, and again, actually, one of my learnings.
Sure. And actually, the first talk of the energy session was a nice bridging between security and energy efficiency. It's up there, security and energy. And of course, one way of thinking about this is to track the energy consumption of security appliances. Of course, no one will compromise. No one will say, oh, I'm going to save some energy and check out security mechanism. That will not happen. But you can, in structurally measuring how you consume the energy for the security, can make you aware of possible optimization potentials. An example that was given in the talk is attachment to emails in a corporate intranet. So I'm sending to my colleagues an email, and there's a file attached. It's going to be scanned on my computer. Then it's going to be scanned on the recipient's computer. Then it's going to be scanned on the hard drive again and again. But in an environment, a trusted environment like an intranet, a corporate intranet, it should be possible to minimize this microwatt hours or milliwatt hours it takes each time it's going to be scanned. So this is one thing we studied, we heard in that talk. And the other way around is still more fascinating. It's looking at energy consumption traces and trying to detect anomalies, trying to detect attacks via these traces. So if this thing is in idle mode, and I measure the energy action happening inside, and it should be idle, but there is something happening, then I know I should take a closer look. Maybe there's a Trojan being active. So that was a fascinating bridge between the first two sessions.
Yeah, and again, also a little bit scary. So what you can do, even just with monitoring the power consumption of devices and analyzing it carefully. So, and so also it was interesting to learn something about logistics that you need there. So because to do this comparison and this measurements, you must get at least one device where you can guarantee that this device is not infected by anything, which is quite a challenge from the logistics point of view. Yeah, so then in the afternoon, we continue to talk about energy efficiency.
Yeah, so what we really did is we took the entire span. So we were looking into the hardware and the hardware-based energy consumption, and then, of course, into the collective effects you have in networks, and where the solution would be load adaptive mode, so that in off-peak times you can shut down resources. And this really needs a complex AI/ML, because the optimum is not easily guessable. Yeah, so it might even be counterintuitive, so that locally in the spot where you are, you should keep a resource on in order to achieve a global optimum. And our hosting organization here, the Heinrich Hertz Institute, which are our partners in that research, showed very impressively the AI/ML solution for that.
Yeah, and again, that brought us to the question how to characterize and characterize such solutions and make it comparable. So if we work with different algorithms or different AI solutions there. So let's have a look at the second day.
Yeah, sure. And there we need a rephrasing. So the first session on the second day was called Complexity Management, and we were told this title immediately puts you on the defensive. Yeah? So it's a frightening thing, complexity, and you need to deal with it. And if you could rephrase that into simplification, then it's much more positive message. So in the future, we will be doing that. We call that simplification research. And of course, under the hood is complexity management.
No, you should not promise too much. Simplification research. Okay, I would not take that.
Okay.
Honestly, and that reminded me of a discussion we had yesterday about complexity and how important it is to hide the complexity. So because you cannot make this device super simple. Yeah. This is complex, and there is the knowledge of engineers of 100 years built in. So, and you cannot simplify that to just, I don't know, a kind of simple box or so. And the point is how to hide it and what is the right approach to manage the complexity. And that is our role as engineers and as researchers. So that is really more important.
Actually, Andreas very nicely summarized the first talk of the session, which was given by Dave. It's sitting in the back row. And Andreas summarized Dave's talk by what you actually mean is complexity reduction by collaboration. And that's a very positive message and translate directly into i14y, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And also there's a link to Stefan's talk today. Because, there are lots of reasons that we build in more functionalities and more functional blocks. So, and that automatically leads to the question, what are the interfaces between those boxes? And there was also a talk yesterday showing the evolution of all the functionalities in the radio systems. Yeah, and there are reasons that we need more functionalities, more complex things. And now the question is again how to handle that and how to approach it. And for sure, for these open ecosystems, or for Open RAN, collaboration is important. To share learnings, to share test results, that's what Stefan mentioned today. That is one direction, and there is even a lot of expectation concerning security here. So if we really do not have these super closed solutions, but these open interfaces and the opportunity back to academia that you can test and play with that. So I'm pretty sure, and that's what we saw in, I think in Linux, etc., and in a lot of different ecosystems, we saw that will contribute to a higher level of security. So
yeah, just to give you another example of the different lengths of the lead the dog is walking on, we had 2 talks on dealing with conflicts. So we will be having intelligence conflicts in this setup of a number of our apps sitting side by side and trying to manage the network. And you can attack this problem of conflicting overlapping action space of these solutions in a different way. So we had a gentleman from Northeastern University in Boston, and they had just a combinatorial approach. So just chuck out one and choose the other, and then you have no conflicts. So this is an easy, very efficient way to deal with it. And then we had a complex mathematical talk on understanding in a statistical way what causality is of these conflicts. And it's just an illustration for you how academia ticks, and our job is to boil it down and bring it into a working context.
Yeah, it's always, as you said, about the translation.
Yes.
And that was, by the way, very fascinating to see this emulation environment of the Northeastern University, this Colosseum. Yeah. And even this name might be the program. So and that, I think that is not really related to Open RAN, but related to this complex RAN systems in general. So because for cities also, so you need an emulation environment and a simulation environment that is much more than just a single channel. And that was fascinating what they do with this. Yeah. This multi-environment simulation there.
So Andreas,
again, what does that mean for testing? And
The thing is changing colors, so we should hurry up and address
they want
the last
to tell us
session
something.
we had. So we had finally
So-
some outlook. We had talks by researchers about 6G and also what fascinates everyone these days is about non-terrestrial networks. And yeah.
And now the question is your picture right of the man and the dog and the leash? And what is the size of the dog? So
what is the size of the dog? And can we bring it closer to us?
Okay. Okay, so I think that was our summary of the last 2 days.
Thank you
Back
for
to
listening.
Katarina.
All right. Thank you. So I leave you alone for 2 minutes on stage, and I heard about dogs and Terminators. How come, boys?
No, that is, you know how the boys are.
Very good. Great insights, and from where I stand, it was a bow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so I forgot to mention one thing earlier when I was talking about practicalities, and this is about where you can find the agenda. So can you do me a favor and check on the back of your badges, and someone volunteers to say what comes next? Sorry? Coffee, exactly. All right, very good. So 30 minutes coffee break. We will be back here on stage. You have time really to network. Don't forget guided tours. Karsten is waiting for you. So ENTC is providing really this guided tour to their own labs. Here also, you have the showroom. You have also guided tours. Make sure that you visit the experts, have a coffee, replenish your levels of energy, network, and we will be back here in 30 minutes. Thank you. And we are back again. So I think we are still missing a few persons. They are still on the coffee break and the networking, which is good. Anyway, I just want to ask you, how do you feel in a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of energy? Can we start the second part? Yes! All right, very good. So it is my pleasure to open the second part of the morning and welcome on stage Renuka. And Renuka, she's from Meta. Renuka, good morning. It's great to have you here. Right, so you take this mic, exactly. So Renuka, I think that you have a double hat, I just learned, right? So you are not only here representing Meta, but tell us a little bit about your other hat.
Sounds great. So good to see everyone. I'm glad and excited to be part of this small, close-knit community called i14y Lab. I am Renuka. Those I have not met before, I work at Meta in the Network Infrastructure Division. And like you said, yes, I have a double hat. I'm also representing TIP today, TIP Telecom Infra Project, and that's Meta is a founding member of TIP, and I have been involved right from the beginning when we started back in 2016, and I have been leading what we call the Open RAN project group within TIP, and I serve on the technical committee for TIP. So that's my small introduction.
Great, great to have you here. Okay, so you will be delivering this lab-centric keynote, which I love, right? And you'll talk about beyond the blueprints, the lab-centric approach to the Open RAN implementation. And with your background and with your experience, I do know that the audience is quite excited to hear from you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's get started. The topic is about blueprints and what is beyond blueprints. And so here I'm going to be talking a little bit about the blueprint definitions, why those are important, and at the same time, how within TIP we are taking those blueprint definitions end to end, starting from the requirements to all the way up to how do we make Open RAN deployment ready. And that's where the lab-centric part becomes kind of key and crucial. And so TIB, I think most of you are familiar with TIB. It's an independent organization. We started it back in 2016. It's flourishing with many, many members. I think many of you are part of TIB as well. And we do our yearly events, and I have been meeting many of you there too. And so this is a community where we have operators, system integrators, technology providers, and so on, all of us kind of innovating, working on different solutions, Open RAN being one of them. And then coming to Open RAN, I think that's again a topic that we have been churning through. It's a journey in itself. I'm proud to say that I have been myself involved with Open RAN right from the beginning when we started in 2018. I still remember the first lab we opened in Menlo Park, where Meta/Facebook has our campus. And that lab is where we started our initial neutral vendor integration. And to say the least, it was a challenging experience, but at the same time, it was a new beginning of how we would bring in different technology partners under the same roof to connect the different Lego blocks of Open RAN and build those integrated solutions, which would be standing next to the completely integrated, then available through incumbent solutions. And so that's the beginning, which has led us to where we are today. And as you can see, the roadmap itself takes care of building all the components together, following our ORAN alliance-based architecture and open interfaces, and then bringing the whole solution for different deployment scenarios in the form of deployment blueprints, which will be targeting various different architecture variations, and at the same time structuring the whole kind of life cycle of Open RAN into requirements, the test plans, and so on. And so today we are at a point where we all understand that the blueprints are an important component. But then I call it as a recipe of Open RAN, because blueprints is where we define what we basically bring in as ingredients for a complete solution. And so when we talk about blueprints, it's all about what all is involved in terms of the configurations, in terms of the different components, their settings, and so on, and how they will eventually supply the complex Open RAN deployments. And as someone said in the morning, I think the last 2 days, the theme was about bringing that complexity down with collaboration. And so the blueprints are, again, about collaboration of different partners. And so bringing their own input. And then that takes us to the part where we are today, which is the system certification and Open RAN procurement engine. So that's the next step. So defining the recipe or bringing in the recipe is not enough. The recipe needs to be cooked in the lab, and that's where it gets anchored in the lab in terms of testing and validation. And that is how we will be taking the solutions further. And so that's in our overall roadmap for Open RAN, that we are talking about blueprints. We are also talking about how they are kind of aligned closely with the in-lab validation and the system testing itself. Now, this is a little bit about the end-to-end life cycle of Open RAN. Again, many of us are living through it most of the times as we work on Open RAN and different parts of the phases of the Open RAN solution development itself. At TIP, what we started with was to bring in the operator demand first as the step number 1, and that was in the form of the requirements from the operators. These requirements get consolidated, and as we build the roadmap, it's essentially an effort to map those operator requirements or the demand signals to the supply-side readiness, and that's how we do what we call the first step of release roadmaps within the Open RAN project group in TIP. And that itself becomes the basis of how then we bring the solutions into the lab and test the readiness of the available technology itself. And that's the middle phase where we call it as build and test. This is where the blueprints become the anchor, and this is where the anchor blueprints then get into common test plans and then iterative process of testing and trialing to make sure that the KPIs are met, the performance is validated, and so on. And that leads to what we call as the end result of how the readiness is then captured in the form of badges, showing the maturity and the readiness of the products which were used in the lab trials. So these are essentially the high-level 3 pillars of our whole life cycle model. The initial, again, just to summarize, the initial part is to take in the input from the operators in the form of requirements. The middle part is to convert that input into what is available today in terms of the supply readiness. And then the third part is to validate and then evaluate the maturity and provide the end kind of middle in the form of a badge which shows what the product is capable of doing in terms of supporting the deployments. This 3-step process is how we are making Open RAN easy to consume for the operator partners. And it's all to build the demand side confidence as such in these solutions. And now coming back to the blueprints part of it, there are many different variations of Open RAN that you can kind of cook up as blueprints. These are some of the examples of some ongoing work that we have in different labs today. As you can see, the deployments are currently focused on outdoor macro, and the variation is again in terms of do we transition towards 5G with SA or NSA, and so some of these blueprints are supporting NSA configurations today, and some of the leading partners in the project group are bringing in their input in terms of the roadmap requirements and helping us kind of define that playbook of the blueprints, test plans, and then the badge process path towards it. And what do these blueprints bring to us, again, in terms of value? So they do define the architecture. They're pretty much a recipe for success in terms of the deployment readiness. And so they do bring in the architecture in terms of what components will be included. They do bring in the test plans that will be associated with that particular definition. The test plan is more like a guidance of what validation we will be including. And then the whole playbook includes the configuration files and everything else that will be needed to replicate that particular blueprint in any different format that any other operator would like to kind of take it into their lab and then eventually into the field. And so this is where the initial definition comes to life and goes in the lab for validation. And then the validated product, that's how do we decide that it's validated to the satisfaction that the operators would demand in terms of their own requirements. And so that's where the badges come in. And today we have formalized 3 stages of badges. As you can see, the badges start with the initial requirements compliance. And that is very much, you can call it as an RFI-like process where the initial input from the operators is matched against the compliance of the products which are coming in. And so that's the bronze badge, which is more like a basic criteria for any of the product to start the life cycle journey itself. The second one is about, again, the in-lab validation, and that's where all of the input from the technology providers, the partners, system integrators is consolidated into a structured test plan, and the controlled environment provides you a way to validate the KPIs and see the readiness of the products for the next stage, which is eventually the commercial grade validation. And so that's where the product is ready for deployment and mature enough to be called as ready for scale. And so these 3 stages is where we are kind of associating our life cycle phases, and the eventual badge process output is always showcased on the marketplace or the tip exchange, which is where the full system view is available for the operators and other partners to see what is to be taken from the menu. You can pretty much call it as the menu card of available Open RAN solutions. And the idea will be that as we go through the iterative process of lab and validation and the badging itself, you will have more and more products completing this process and ending up on the tip exchange and adding up to the menu card itself, showing how the overall Open RAN deployment is stacking up in terms of various different scenarios that can be supported through these products. And so this again, test and validation proposition, very much important, and it needs to be, again, augmented with the badging process so that it becomes like an official validation of everything that needs to be completed before the product goes out into the field. And then coming back to our life cycle model, as you can see, this particular iterative process has been in place for last year and this year. We have successfully completed about multiple number of trials and badging processes. The exchange today boasts about 90 products already available. But then at the same time, we have to, and we will all acknowledge this is complex and this is not complete yet. And so there is more room to kind of bring in everybody's input, everybody's contributions, and to see where we can narrow down the focus of the industry in terms of churning out the right set of blueprints, the right combinations, which will be needed for the end deployments, instead of kind of having a fragmented effort within different labs within the industry. And so the reason for bringing it under this whole umbrella of TIPS productization, commercialization model, again, in collaboration with ORAN Alliance, in collaboration with i14y Lab, will be to have one guided process from start to finish, which will kind of build on top of the input, which is very much important from the demand side, but at the same time, the input from all of the key technology partners in terms of the priority, the feature set, the requirements, and everything that will be needed from the industry to make Open RAN deployments accelerated generally. And so we are calling it an innovation hub. Again, this innovation has many different parts to it, but the key part to note is that this is a model where we are transitioning from the traditional incumbent-based integration that was being done for years and years, which has changed its phase because of the disaggregated nature of Open RAN. And so it's much more important now that we do churn out the blueprint definitions, but we also do have a very methodical approach to bringing different components into the lab, do the in-lab validation in collaboration, and then bring the optimal or most efficient way of testing the disaggregated RAN solutions for the end deployment part of it. And so that's where we will be kind of looking for everybody's support and collaboration to bring in that efficiency and bring in that delivery methodology from requirements, release roadmap, to test and validation, and to badging, and eventually to get the portfolio or the menu card of Open RAN more and more substantially full. In terms of the scope certification process, the process itself is again about making it very, I would say, official in terms of the test and validation that is being done and required for Open RAN. So make it official in the form of certification that is being blessed by the key stakeholders in the industry, and then make it as an input towards the procurement process. So I know that many of the partners have this lab-related aspect already under their roadmap. And I think we are going to hear more about these efforts from others later in the day. And so I would like to kind of call it out that this is very, very essential. This is very much of a way for making Open RAN easy to consume. And that's why the scope process itself will be TIP's contribution to bring some structure and order to overall life cycle for the test process that we are up to for Open RAN. And so as we summarize, I'm going to say, come join the global community that is thriving and growing today with many of the partners. I think some of us are present today here and many more. And we look forward to you participating in this effort, joining and blessing it with your contributions, and bringing in more of the technology products which you can take through that overall end-to-end life cycle of Open RAN, and make sure that we are meeting the operator demand and bridging that supply side with the readiness that is really required. And as Stefan said in the morning, the action is needed now. We need to have that action not only in Japan, but all over the world. And all of you partners are a major component to make that happen. And so look forward to your support here. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much. All right, now that you have an action item actually to engage with this global ecosystem, it is now my pleasure to announce the first panelist discussion of the day. So help me to welcome Bertendo from Meta, and all the panelists, please join me on stage. Welcome, Bertendo. I feel that you will run some sort of cool kids panel discussion. So I leave up to you because I think it will be very interesting. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bhartendu. I work for Meta in the same team as Renuka, Network Infra. Our proximity to Open RAN is because of TIP. We are involved in TIP, and my role is to help TIP in the regional engagements. Today, in the panel discussion, our topic is global lab approaches for Open RAN. And the word global is very intentional, because the panel which I'm going to invite on the stage is truly global, 4 people from 4 different countries, in fact, 3 different continents, and they will share the journey, what they're doing in the Open RAN lab environment, and how to scale it further. So without wasting time, let me start. I talked about continents, so I start with Asia Pacific. Maggie, come on the stage. She is the one who comes from Taiwan, representing ITRI. And after work, we got some chance yesterday to talk about after work. She is a mom of a 6-year-old son. And I know she's going to buy some toys and Legos while going back home. Otherwise, it's a soft contract. If she will not bring the toys, the next trip is going to be very tricky. Second, I want to invite from US, Julie. She is representing NTIA, Department of Commerce, and she's a passionate engineer by heart, but she loves traveling and exploring cities. Yesterday, she told me that whenever she go to a new city, example Berlin, she will make a list of places to go, and she will follow it religiously. And sometimes she can even make like her jet lag not work for her, and she go out and go to places. Plus, she's a mom of 4 kids. The good news is all of them are graduated from college, independent, and she's enjoying her life. Traveling. Welcome on the stage. From UK, Simon. He works for Ofcom, representing Sonic Labs today. And I know he's a technologist, but today he told me that he's going to visit one of the recording studios of Berlin after finishing this event. Welcome on stage, Simon. And last not the least, Katya. I think she doesn't need any introduction. Most of you know her. But I love the passion and creativity of Katya. And I always wonder like how she can be so creative. And yesterday she told me she reads these comics. I don't know, it's a German name. And she still are fond of that. And all the creativity which is coming into i14y lab is from there. So welcome on stage, all of you. A little bit about me. Yeah. I'm a big fan of i14y. Whatever they do, like the summit, the Plug Fest, the collaboration they're building, the testing they're doing, and the T-shirts they get printed. And I keep wearing this T-shirt in my office in Meta, and it attracts people, and they come to me saying, what is this i14y? And then they are in my zone. I say, come, let's go in a room, meeting room. I'll explain you interoperability, Open RAN, open and disaggregation, and how it's going to change the world. So all of you should contact Katya and get one T-shirt like this.
I think I will open up a merchandise. So this would be part of the business model then.
Okay, so coming to the topic of the labs, the global lab approach. I know all of you are representing a lab from different parts of the world. why don't we start kind of making introduction about your lab? What are the targets and what do you want to achieve in the field of Open RAN? And if you have a unique proposition or maybe uniqueness, do mention that. Maggie, from you.
Thank you, Bartender. Hello, everyone. This is Maggie Zhao from i14y, Taiwan. I'm very new here, so my partners are very kind enough to let me introduce our lab first. So we're from i14y. i14y is a research institute in Taiwan. So we do R&D. We also do industrial promotion. So we established a 5G Open Network Lab in 2019, which is fully sponsored by the Taiwan government. So we built out an end-to-end carrier-grade testing environment so that we can provide the integration testing service. And we are one of the TIP community labs that we can provide the integration service. We can also provide the badge testing. So for last year, we have successfully conducted 4 badging testing, including 1 for the DCSG, 1 for the Open Wi-Fi, and 2 for the Open RAN. And for this year, we focus more on the Open RAN badging testing. And currently, we also work with TIP for the blueprint, as Renuka just mentioned about the blueprint. And we're focusing more on an indoor small cell, the scenario 15. And besides, we also provide the 24/7 stability testing for the vendors before they deploy their solution into the field. So with all this kind of experience, starting from this year, that we work with Taiwan Mobile, which is the 2nd largest operator in Taiwan, that we do the pre-testing based on the TIP badging testing at our lab. This is part of Taiwan Mobile's procurement process for their Open RAN solution, especially for the 5G private network service. So by working with the global and the local partners, that our lab is trying to serve as a neutral platform that we can provide a qualified solution to meet the operators' requirement. Thank you.
Excellent. Maybe we can go round. Julia, you can go next.
Thank you, Bartender. So I'm Julie Cub. I'm from the U.S. Department of Commerce, National Telecommunications and Information Administration, Institute for Telecommunication Sciences. We're actually an R&D government lab out of Boulder, Colorado. A lovely place to visit. We welcome anybody to come and see us. We actually have been running the 2022 5G Challenge and 2023 5G Challenge. We're well into the 2023 5G Challenge, which will end in September of this year. And it's a U.S. Department of Defense sponsored project. We often take in money from other U.S. government agencies to perform R&D research, and the Department of Defense has funded this effort to promote open, interoperable, vendor-diverse Open RAN networks, because the DoD purchases a lot of private networks. They have some tranche labs right now with open 5G equipment, and they wanted to truly see the state of the industry, and they thought the best way to do this through us was to have a prize challenge. Last year was $3 million US. This year is $7 million US. Last year we had 6 competitors win prizes, 6 for wraparound emulator testing for Open CUDU-RU, and then 3 competitors last year won prizes for complete end-to-end integration CUDU-RU with the host lab UE and core. And this year we're into our end-to-end testing. We had 9 competitors already win prizes for wraparound emulator we're combining CUDU this year and RU testing. We're now having competitors doing the end-to-end system testing, and the final phase will be mobility testing. So 2 complete G-Node Bs through the Cable Labs, which is an OTIC with their subsidiary Curio in Boulder, Colorado. They've been running all these tests, and we're going to do, through their core and their UE emulator, 2 complete G-Node Bs. We're going to do XN and NG testing, which we never did before, and that's really exciting that we're getting to that stage. One of the benefits of what we've been doing for the community is we have all of our test plans. Just search up 2023 5G Challenge and you can get all of our test plans downloaded for all stages of our competition. And we've also been providing lessons learned to the community for how we can use what we've learned in our 5G Challenge to benefit the world.
Excellent, excellent, Julie. Maybe Simon, on the same sequence, do you want to introduce Sonic Labs and, yeah?
Sure. Yeah, well, good morning, everybody. Just about, just almost a day. I'm Simon Burley, so I work for Ofcom, which is the UK's independent communications regulator, and I'm here today representing the Sonic Labs, which is a joint programme of work between the Digital Catapult and Ofcom that's funded by UK government. And the Sonic Labs is a commercially neutral environment where vendors can collaborate and help towards identifying and resolving at an early stage the integration and interoperability challenges that Open RAN could potentially pose. And so we're really here to try and help prepare these vendors for the next stage in their journey towards commercial readiness. So since integration and interoperability is the primary focus of our testbed environment, we have also established a number of industry working groups that bring together RAN equipment vendors, test and measurement vendors, mobile operators, and also representation from other labs around the world. And in addition to this, we also include a number of Ideate and Tech Accelerator work streams that help stretch and drive the ecosystem forward. So all of these work streams that we're building up here in the lab capability itself really is there to sort of provide a vehicle for sharing insights and the learnings and test methodologies, etc., all with the aim of collectively helping to accelerate the development and maturity of Open RAN.
Excellent, excellent. And now, Katya, the same question. People know about i14y, but still.
Exactly. I mean, I'm on the lucky side because I'm local here, so to say, and you have the chance to also visit then later our marketplaces. So the i14y lab, I mean, has of course at the core to accelerate time to market, yes, and also to really foster marketable products, which can then be introduced to the network by the operators, of course. But at the same time, it's also making testing what sounds easier, faster, and also to open it up to more smaller companies as well. That is important. So therefore, and you ask for what makes us special, not in the sense of better, but we are a consortium. We are a consortium of 11 partners, so that means each of these partners contributes with a knowledge or, with a clear contribution to make this idea happen. Yep. And therefore, we provide the infrastructure, but not only that. And when I talk about making testing easier, faster, that's also about automation, all these topics which are needed to do that, but also the people to make that happen. And what I can say, I mean, it's all about driving the ecosystem, of course, not only our team, but then also to invite the people. And we had the chance to already conduct a few plug fests. And if you're interested to learn the focus topics, there is a marketplace out there. Get in touch with the people to learn what has been done, but also what have been the challenges, what have been the learnings, and how to go forward with that.
Excellent. So I think this shows like work around Open RAN is happening all across the globe. When Alex and Shamit was presenting the variety and the enormous amount of work, I was very kind of pleased to see. When it comes to certification or badging, what do you think the role of a lab can be, and how it can make Open RAN, how it can make Open RAN get deployed easy, or maybe easy to consume? Should we start from you?
Yeah, well, I can take that because I also wanted, I mean, I talked about the plug fest, but I mean, our next step is really to go for permanent testing, and that would build, the foundation to go for certification badging. And of course, I mean, there's always a pro and a con.
Yeah.
But certification stands also for, credibility. And I think it's always the question, and we all listened well to Stefan's presentation.
Yes.
So it is important to think about how to reduce risk,
but
at the same time also use certificates in a good way. So here we have 3 operators already on board. So we have the MOU group activities. So there is already something on the, I would say, on the right track to go forward and really agree on specifications, on use cases, on scenarios, and how to build them in blueprints. Here we collaborate, of course, with TIP and ORAN Alliance. It's not about reinventing the wheel, but it's rather from this specification how to bring it on the road. And a certificate can be here an important step, which proves not only that it's working, but could also prove, for example, as an entry door, or can be an entry door to procurement processes one day. So we also need to think bigger when it comes also to all the commercial perspectives. And here I see really a potential, but a certificate can only have a value if it is accepted and really approved by everyone.
I think you brought a very important point of accepting the certificate. Anything is valuable if people give value to it. And maybe, Maggie, do you want to share some thoughts on the same topic of certificate?
Sure. As I just mentioned that we also do the TIP Beijing testing. So I would like to share 2 real cases from our lab, how we see this Beijing process can benefit both the vendors and the operators. So when we start to do our TIP Beijing testing, we will discuss the test plan with the vendors. And, for those test cases that they are not able to support, or they don't have this function ready yet. The first question they are asking is about, can I waive this case? And the second question will be, if I waive this case, can I still get a badge? So, it feels like it's a game. And they're thinking about the game plan. How can I get the highest score with the least effort? But, it's not a game. It's a test. It's a validation because all those test cases are coming from the operator's requirement. Maybe for certain reason, for example, they would like to connect with their existing network or solution. So they need to have this function so that they have this test case. So what we see is that getting badge is very good. But the most valuable part for this Beijing process is to let our vendors to take this as a preparation so that they can know how and what to enhance their capabilities sooner and earlier in order to meet the requirement of their potential customer or their potential partners. For example, I just mentioned we have 2 companies got the Open RAN badge last year, and both of these 2 companies has been selected by the 5G Challenger this year. So it's a very good example that how this Beijing process can help the vendors to improve their capability. And at the same time, that the requirement keep updating by the operators. For example, Taiwan Mobile, they do see the value of this one. So except for selecting the Open RAN solutions with us, they also decided to evaluate new 5G core vendor with us. So they provide us the test plan, which they use for their public network solutions. So, there is a gap there. The test plan they gave us is about 29 test cases. But for the first round, we can only do 7. 7 out of 29, because the vendor can only support those 7 test cases. So the vendor decided to upgrade their solution according to the requirement from Taiwan Mobile. So for now, we're still doing the testing. You're still doing so, but the number of the cases passed is increasing now. So even Taiwan Mobile is happy to see this progress. They know it won't be happen immediately, but they can see the improvement. So we really see that this kind of things, the Beijing things, can help to create a very dynamic society.
Excellent. Maybe a quick thought from your side also, Julie. A brief pitch.
Okay, not too long. Yeah, so we don't take too
I'm
much
looking at the clock.
Oh, okay. So one of the things we really noticed in both the 2022 and 2023 5G Challenge, and I use this quote from a boss that I had long ago, and it still applies. The good thing about standards is there's so many to choose from. And that's really one of the struggles we had, from the 3GPP standards and the O-RAN Alliance specifications. It's great that they're flexible and there's lots of optional features, conditional, mandatory, but it's very hard to go from that to what is the minimal base testing profile. And that's what I think we really need to define as a global community. First step, how do we get to that? Because a lot of our vendors that competed, as well as test vendors, interpreted standards differently, and they implemented things differently. So we had this very cold integration, which we call it, where people had never integrated with before, and they found it very eye-opening to come together, and they thought they were interoperable, and they weren't. So, and also sometimes as you change different versions of specifications, going from 3GPP 15.5 to 6, you might go from an optional to a mandatory parameter, and if the test vendors and the vendors interoperating didn't all use the same version and interpret it the same way, they couldn't interoperate. So we think that is the first step for each component to agree as a worldwide community what's sort of maybe the 80% testing that needs to be done for interoperability. And we're trying to do a follow-on effort, and this is why I love this panel. We're trying to do a worldwide testing effort to come together as a community to agree on that.
Yeah. No, I completely agree, Julie, because, beyond a point, each network may have like the 20% of variance of, a specific demography, but 80% stuff is same. So let's test once and deploy many times. Maybe, Simon, I can come to you with the next question, which I have, on innovation. So when Stefan was presenting and the numbers, there's a slide which says Open RAN is a bumpy road. So for sure, it needs more and more innovation, not only innovation in the technology, but also in the business processes and how to make it adoptable, like how to make it accelerate. Any thoughts on what labs can do to foster innovation?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Sonic Lab, so, I've already mentioned that we've built a commercially neutral testbed environment, for vendors to come along and collaborate and test and learn. But the Sonic Labs is actually so much more than this as we play our part in trying to foster a multi-vendor ecosystem within the UK. So, for example, we have a range of ecosystem engagement work streams. We also provide both technical and business support to vendors who participate in the Sonic Labs. And we also bring together industry leaders and experts and researchers to ideate and collaborate on open problems such as RIC use cases. So here we basically then share our findings and our lessons learned with the wider industry, and finally we also collaborate with other like-minded governments and regulators around the world who are taking a very keen eye on the lead that we are taking in diversifying the UK's telecoms supply chain.
Excellent. And I'm sure each of the labs must be doing something around innovation. Do you guys want to go around with your side, what exactly? Or, I don't know, from that side, or... We run this panel in a different manner. I am not going to ask different question to each of you, but you can chime in.
Me? Okay, then I think what is most important is here to see a potential for new market entry. And of course, the question is how we can help here. And so here, once again, I think it's about, making testing easier, simpler, repeatable. And that is a challenge. I mean, it's not, just say it and it's being done. But it's really, we work on that. And that is why I'm so happy that this is really a funded project also, so that it's supported by the government, or partially funded. But what we can do, or what we want to do, is currently we have put that in 3 categories that way, that we say we have 3 different setups in general. The one is the temporary setup, so for example, setting up Plugfest, on a specific topic, so the ones we already had. Then the next step is here really building this permanent test setups, so building here these reference architectures, and ideally agreed among the operators so that also the vendors can be sure that these are the hot topics, so to say. And then we have the 3rd category, we call it on-demand test setups. And here we are all aware of that this equipment is very expensive. So not everyone may have access to that. So there might be specific requests how to do that, combinations, so that we provide that, give access to that. So that is how we believe, and what we learned also from our research. We asked people, we interviewed, we really listened to them.
Yep.
And with that, to really that vendors or academics or whoever has an interest to test against then the carrier-grade world. This is the current focus.
Yeah.
But of course, if it turns out to be more successful, it could be extended. But I would say, do your homework first.
Excellent. The same question to the other table. Maggie, do you want to chime in?
In Taiwan, that except for the testing lab environment investment, Taiwan government also have several projects to support the field trials in order to encourage more scenario use cases and business models. And the Taiwan government even conduct a very big trial field in Kaohsiung, which is in the south of Taiwan. And the reason being because in that area there are a lot of vertical market cluster there. So if you want to do some manufacturing testing scenario, that you can work with a steel company. And if you want to do some entertainment scenario, that you can work with the music center or the exhibition hall. So it's very good for the company. You know, it's not just to help them to accumulate a lot of reference and experience. And this kind of reference is not just to enhance their solutions. It's also help them to get to know about domain knowledge. You know, for sometimes you can know what kind of the feature for certain market they are required and what kind of function the certain market will need for that, so that they can modify, test and modify their solution accordingly, or maybe they can do some customize a little bit. So this kind of reference. So I can also have an example that a company, Taiwan company, they during all this process, and they have been working with a U.S. company that they work together to apply for a grant from the UK government. So apply for to apply for a even bigger scale of the open RAN trial in the UK urban area. So, this kind of process, like starting from the lab testing, and then we do the POC, the PO trial, and then we can work with the partners for the global market. So I think the lab is trying to do their best to do from the lab testing to the commercial deployment.
Excellent, excellent. And Julie, do you want to say something about innovation part of the lab?
Yeah, sure. So our parent is the U.S. Department of Commerce. So one of our missions for the U.S. is to promote economy for many folks, not just have monopolies or monolithic vendors. So I think the important work that we're doing with these labs is, some of the bigger vendors can afford their own labs or they can afford their own testing. But we're talking about not tier one operators, not, the big vendors that supply the equipment, but the smaller, facilitating the innovators. And eventually with the RIC, you're going to get into academics as well, getting into more of the innovation. So following on what I said before about coming together as a worldwide open RAN, and I look at it from government lab point of view, but OTICs, TIPS, everybody coming together as a community to first define the baseline testing, maybe the 80%. Once you actually, and that's more of a paper exercise, you write it out. The next step is, of course, then bringing that to the test vendors. And what we've seen in our 5G challenge is we had Viavi last year, and this year we added Keysight. Well, the configurations on the test vendors, the software, all proprietary. We need to come together as a community, and the test vendors don't want another test vendor to develop it. They want a neutral party, government is that, come together and come up with a standard framework to create this testing so that you're not locked into a specific vendor solution, so you can port between. And then the next phase, so I look at it as 3-tier, then the next phase is where you get to the automation. so that you can truly have plug and play. You could plug it into any test vendor, you can plug in any equipment, and it works both for today, for backwards compatibility. You can patch it going into the future. That's where the system integrator is now, does not have to be a big monolithic vendor. It can be, ChatGT or whatever,
So super good, super good. So for sure, like, testing is an expensive affair. And, somebody in the morning was telling about the equipment, and, like tier ones can have their own labs, but if you go for the long tail of operators, they can't afford to have their own test beds. And I know different labs have different commercial models and getting funding from government or community or something. What are your thoughts on making labs self-sustainable? And, maybe we can start from that side.
Yeah, it's a very good question. We keep asking ourselves the same question as well, because as I just mentioned, that our lab is fully sponsored by the Taiwan government for now. But we do think in the long term, we need to have our own self-sustaining model. It will be more healthy for the community because the resources are limited, even though the government's budget is limited. So instead of investing in the same efforts, we should make those resources efficiency. We are talking about spectrum efficiency, energy efficiency. So we are even think about resource efficiency. So we start to think about needs. The needs from the vendor, the needs from the operator, and maybe the needs from the vertical market owner. So how to coordinate all these needs. And then we try to identify the core value of the related stakeholder. For example, for our lab, maybe our lab's core value is about the knowledge and the experience for the testing. So maybe in the future that we can focus more on the design the testing, to do the troubleshooting, or maybe to do the local partner engagement. And then we can leverage the resources from other partners for the testing or for the operation if possible. For example, we are also working with the OTEC lab in Taiwan for some testing, because there's no reason that two labs in Taiwan are doing the same testing. So that is, we think that the self-sustaining model is a very long way to go, and we are just in the very first beginning. And I also look forward to hear from Katya. What's your thoughts and suggestions about that?
So you can go here.
Yeah, I first of all, I like your openness, how you also talk about this. Yes, when it comes to commercialization, it's always an issue. Money is not, in the street, so, and also it's getting tighter, the budgets everywhere. But the point is really, who benefit from that? And how to set up such a lab. And I think this is really important. You talk about the demands. But at the same time, that is good, but also make really transparent what is the value. And we here at i14y Lab, we need to work on such a model. We do not have the recipe yet. This is how it is right now. But I think as we have the operators here on board, that we have understood also, with a wake-up call in the morning, so how to collaborate closer and also use more synergies here. It is important because all the investment, how to allocate resources best, but give access to others. I know it is not that easy. It is also a new, I wouldn't call it a new paradigm, but at least a new working model. Yeah. And here I invite you to share your thoughts as well, and how to do that best. At the end of the day, bills have to be paid. This is a matter of fact. But it requires first step is a commitment to go forward and then really come up with ideas, evaluate ideas, and then go step-by-step implementation. But at the same time, really going for, as you do, having your test, gathering first experiences. But I think this is the way forward. But really, I invite you to share your thoughts on such a model, how this could work.
Yeah.
But we will do our homework here as well.
Yeah, so we are not going to take questions because it's time limited. I will not ask this question to you and Simon, because you guys are kind of funding labs. I'll go to the next question, which is, I think nobody will disagree that to make OpenRAN successful, collaboration has to happen at a massive scale. How do you think all these different labs in different parts of the world can collaborate together for a specific use case or requirement? Any thoughts on collaboration? I will leave up to you. Any sequence you can take, like from there, or Simon, you can start.
So, I mean, if I go back to sort of the primary focus of the Sonic Labs, it's about integration and interoperability testing. And whilst there are various lab capabilities that are sort of, coming online around the world, each of those may have a slightly different focus in terms of what they're trying to achieve and complete in their own environments. But, the one thing that we all have in common, and that is basically building a basic Open RAN system and then taking it from there. So we will all encounter those integration and interoperability challenges. So having those forums where we can collaborate, share insights, share learnings, exploit synergies on test cases and test methodologies, etc. All of these really are sort of vital to try and help that acceleration process. So yeah, I mean that's something that I long hope will continue with the work that we're doing with some of the folks on the panel here.
Excellent. And the first step we have taken, like bringing all of you on the same stage. So first level of collaboration. Who wants to go next?
I will go.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to hit up all of you as a follow-on effort, and we're trying to find funding as well within the U.S. I think the first step, and this is just my opinion, so it's open for discussion from all the different federal labs, I would like to start to solve the brownfield problem, okay? Because what we've been doing for the 5G challenge is we've done standalone 5G. Well, that's great, but a lot of operators already has investments in brownfield. So I propose OpenRU, figuring out the OpenRU test plan, because that's probably the most well-defined with the open front haul, the most testing. We have a test plan we could start with. I know several of you already have test plans. OTICs and TIPS have test plans. Come together to what is the 80% for the OpenRU, and then can we integrate, that's the first step. Can we use that to integrate it into brownfield and solve the SMO problem, the management problem with brownfield? I did hear from a U.S. vendor that they're doing this already, but they're just using the management plane between the DU and the RU. What we need to figure out, that's a great first step, but then how do you add it in from an overall SMO perspective?
Yes.
If we could solve that as a first step, as a community, then I think you would get operators getting more on board with the assurance. So that's my proposal and I'm hoping to hit all of you up as well as other international labs to come together as a community.
Julia, I know Dave Hutton sitting at the back must be very happy with this answer, and he is going to talk about it in the afternoon about SMOs and the RICs. Super good. Kate, you want to go next?
I mean, we already are in contact, so I think that is a good step. Here are some more operators. So I think, here I point to you, so there might be some other, see Zvi from Orange also as well. So something is already going on. The next step is really sharing results more open. And it is a step-by-step approach. Good idea. Really focus on the most urgent use cases first, and then go the next steps. And really happy to have you here. I can feel the spirit.
Yeah. Maggie.
Yeah, I totally agree with all the three panelists mentioned. As Simon just mentioned that four of us, we all have something in common, but we also have something different. So that is something that we can start to work with. And as Julie just mentioned, you already mentioned a topic that we can do. So I was thinking about that maybe we can have an action item after this panel that the four of us can start to talk about to establish your formal collaboration model, so that we can further work together to make this community growing. And for the other reason, for myself, that we can able to get together again.
This is super good. Look, my job was so simple. I have such a great panelist with me. And look, they have a clear-cut action item after moving out of stage. And we finished our panel exactly 2 minutes, 53 seconds before time. Do you want to, any last comments? Or if we are open, we can take 1 or 2 questions. The condition is you have to come here to ask the question because of the logistics. We don't have mic in the... whatever.
These mics.
I just wanted to say one thing, on like a personal note. So we all went to a social happy hour. I guess you couldn't make it, but you flew in today. But yeah, we all went to a happy hour, and we were the last ones there. We just got along great. We talked about everything, not just Open RAN. So we really enjoy each other. So I think it'll be a good collaboration.
And Julie, on top of it, like I am the only man with 3 women, and you know, the happiest person, you know.
Now you have one more today, but yesterday you were the only. Yeah, you were the only.
Yesterday.
We take a picture with you then.
Yes.
So just for the records.
Cool. So I think then we call it off. Thank you very much, everyone, for being a very patient listener.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I was right about having the cool kids on stage because I spotted you last night having fun, right? So I was right about that. Thank you so much. We learned a lot from you. Okay, and just before the lunch break, it is my pleasure to welcome on stage colleagues, friends that have been working a lot in the i14y lab. So Olaf, Gerald, really nice to have you here. And I think you have really a great mission, which is really to explain and trigger the audience, how can you work with us at i14y Lab, if not yet done. So, hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, this is Gerald from Telefonica.
Hi, and this is Olaf from Telecom.
And this is a nice example how German operators in Germany can work together in a project which gives us the room to really bring some things forward. So we will spend the next couple of minutes to explain a bit more what is the i14y Lab. I think you have heard much of it, and thanks, Katja, for spoiling much of the content, but we will try to cover the rest at least.
You know, there's a German comedian, he said, everything was already said, but not by everybody. So we're going to repeat a little bit.
Yeah. So, let's see.
Okay. Wow.
Hopefully I'm on the button. Let's see. Maybe we can get a video since we had another start in mind.
You know, the colleagues from i14y Lab created a very nice video, and this should be the start for our meeting. So there's a little different content, and then we come back to the slide which we all used to. But this was the idea to have some kind of something different approach, which is a little. I hope you get.
If you have seen the video, you don't have any questions.
Welcome to the i14y Lab, where we accelerate time to market for disaggregated telco systems through testing and integration. We offer a variety of different test setups, so allow me to show you what we can do for you.
We have reference scenarios and test configurations permanently set to allow for fast and standardized testing towards market readiness.
Our reference scenarios and test configurations are agreed upon in the consortium and its 3 major European operators, Deutsche Telekom, Telefonica, and Vodafone Germany, with reference, of course, to TIP and O-RAN specifications, making them ready for certification.
Accelerating time to market means that we have some close ties with major associations in the field. This includes those shown on screen right now. As such, we've been honored with being the location for the joint European O-RAN and TIP Plugfests for fall of 2021, fall of 2022, and then again for the O-RAN Global Spring 2023 Plugfest, which recently concluded.
Do you have any special requests apart from reference scenarios and Plugfests?
And if you do, just talk to us about what you have in mind.
Because we have partners in our consortium from all parts of the industry, we can meet almost any testing need imaginable that does not involve time travel, but always with an eye towards market readiness.
You can of course test your hardware or software both on location or remotely.
For testing this hardware or software, we can give you remote access to our resources. Got hardware? You can send it to us, and we'll help you install and test it, and then send it back afterwards. No problem.
If you test on location, we also have work areas, meeting rooms, and all the necessary amenities apart from the test equipment and the server room. And we also have this really cool squeaky door when you go into the bathroom.
For more information about our growing offerings and all the ways you can contact us, you can find that on our website. We hope to see you around.
Okay, thanks to Alex. So I think nearly everything has been said. Any questions? Oh no, let's provide some background, some more to what you have seen right now on the screen. So we have heard many things about test labs, about the ecosystem, about the landscape. And this slide should help you a bit to locate us in this whole landscape, where we are, what we can do, and what's our more or less scope. You see this very nice technology readiness level scale, which reaches from basic research up to systems operation and launch. And of course, you have for each and every of these different stages, different labs, kind of labs which are doing the work in order to make sure that things are working properly. It starts from research labs, then the vendor have own research labs, then they have vendor development labs, we have plug tests, we have conformance tests, and operators, of course, are doing their tests as well if they want to deploy some new technology in their networks. We from the i14y lab, we think that we could cover the range between 5 and 8, maybe until 9. So, but there will, of course, be a couple of tests we will not be able to do, we do not want to do. So, of course, operators will care about their maybe security tests for deploying their new equipment. They will do it by their own. They know what they need, they know where the weakness points are, and they know what they need and what they want to test. But on the stages 4 up to 8, I think i14y could be a chance where you can do an easy testing, a cheap or cost-efficient testing, and of course also in testing within the community based on accepted test plans. So i14y lab itself has some kind of vision. Where do we want to go? Where are we? So we want to be lab as a service. This is one of the developments we are trying to introduce, and the way we want to go forward. What we want to do is we want to provide some infrastructure, we want to provide reference implementations, and of course, also the testing, the knowledge, the experience, the upskilling and training. But we also want to go forward. We have heard very much about certification and batching. In that direction, we are very closely looking to what TIP is doing, to what ORAN is doing. We are talking to them. We look at the test plans and make sure that we can get, let's say, this level of knowledge and testing in our lab. That's why this is one of the plans to go forward with certification and batching from the i14y lab perspective. For the next parts, I would like to hand over to Gerald to take over the test-specific questions.
As we already had, we will have different scenarios. So we have a permanent setup, which means we have the whole chain. We will see on the next slide. Temporary tests, as we did in the plug first, and on-demand testing, so that if you have a special hardware software which you want to test, we can put on-site, as seen in the video very nicely, even with hardware management on-site. On the next slide, we see let's more or less the end-to-end area from a core to the UE, which is today covered in the i14y lab. So we have a CUDU, we have RUs, we have emulators. So if now one piece should be tested, we can take it out and put your hardware or software there. So this is also the idea, and this is very important for us, that we have a multi-vendor setup and an end-to-end setup. Because as an operator, for us, it's important that at the end it's running. We don't want a proof of an interface. That's nice, honestly, but it's not helping. So we need an end-to-end functionality which is there. even Nokia is providing here RIC, which is great, and we also have a partner which is providing our XApps and RApps. Also, this is something which we are really looking into and we are very interested in, so that we also have these interfaces and also smaller companies, which was already said many times, but I think we all can learn from smaller companies which, when they're developing faster and maybe have wild ideas, and we try it. All this is, for us, I think that the future will be we have to try it, and we have to have easy implementation ways to try it easily and not to take years to build this. And this is also something which is for me personally very important. We already talked about badges, but also seeing this from operator's view. For us, it's really important, not that everybody's building his own IoT lab. This would be crazy. It would help us really in the procurement process, that if you say, okay, for this we need a silver badge, for that one we need a gold one, this is a very important thing, we need a platinum. And as we just heard in the panel before, this will not be 100% solution for what we need in the end. This will be probably 80%, and then we go to our own labs and our own integration. And because we maybe have, again, something a little bit different, our parameter settings are different, our functionality services are different in the future, we will see. So this is really that we have a basic foundation for all of us, and that we can easily put this in our labs, and then the time to market will be really short. We can have this very, very easy and fast. That's my really big hope.
Okay, this brings us to the point, what's in for you? What's in for the ecosystem? What is in for the community at all? So we have here more or less let's say, good oversight about the different players and stakeholders in this area. We see the operators, the startups, the vendors, and academia, as well as the system integrators. And each of these stakeholders can get some, let's say, some efforts from an i14y lab. So and from, let's say, certified testing at all. So, for instance, we have faster innovation cycles, which are, let's say, good for operators. They can reduce the costs of tests. They can rely on standardized tests. They can rely on batching, maybe for procurement reasons. And this is what an i14y lab can provide to this category of stakeholders. So the system integrators can reduce, for instance, testing costs if they are going to a lab which are certifying products and components according to a given, let's say, test plan. So startups can come with their developments, with their units to a lab which they can't afford for themselves, since it's very expensive to do all this, let's say, radio testing, and all this kind of test equipment has good prices on the market. And of course, we have also place for academia and research. These folks can come with maybe their app implementations, put it into our environment, and do some interoperation tests and functionality tests, so that they get an infrastructure which is, let's say, like the production infrastructure later on, and can be used for their implementations. And of course, also the vendors have some good aspects and perspectives from an i14y lab, like testing. So they can drive the ecosystem from their perspective. They can participate in plugfests. They can get in contact to other partners in the ecosystem. So from our perspective, it's a win-win situation for all of these players. And so we just want to raise the question, what's your role? How do you want to participate in this game? And now the question comes up, how do you get in contact to us? So if you are interested in being part of the ecosystem, in being part of this journey, it's fairly easy. We have a very nice webpage, i14ylab.com, and so you find much more information there. There is some space where you can register, where you can start a project, which means where you come up with an idea, I want to test this or that, I want to participate in this or that plugfest, and you can just leave us this information here, and we can get back to you and figure out what we can do for you. Besides that, we have, of course, very good information bases also on LinkedIn and Facebook. So just look for us and you will find us.
And especially this page, all of you should have seen because this was the registration page for the i14y Summit today. So very easy to find.
It's just one click away. Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you. Before you go, just a question to the audience. Is it now clear how you engage and contact us? Good? All right.
We can show the video a second time.
Exactly, indeed. Well, it will be nice to see Alex again. Yes, true. Okay, thank you so much, Olaf, Gerald. Thank you. All right, so time for a long break, time for lunch. Just to let me run some practicalities. And first of all, thanks for the audience that is watching and listening to us online. Thank you. We will have a break of 1 hour and 30 minutes. Please don't forget, so the food will be at the entrance. Make sure that you have a relaxing moment, you network, and once again, make sure that you have time either to go to the guided tours or to engage with the experts that are in the showroom with cool demos. And I want to ask you, so wasn't it so that we spent a great morning talking about insightful topics with awesome speakers? All right, see you then here in 1 hour and 30 minutes. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to i14y Lab Summit 2023 under the motto Test and Validate. I hope you had a good lunch break. Everyone's happy. I can see happy faces. That's great. We had a lot to digest this morning, I feel. A lot of interesting insights that were already shared with us. And obviously for this afternoon, we're not going to stop right there. And we're just slightly changing the, I would say, theme. So we're going back to school, and I think that's why they thought it would be a good idea to put me on stage. My name is Nico, and yeah, the next keynote is actually titled 6G is just around the corner, the promise and potential of 6G in the next decade. And for this, I would invite a person that is most knowledgeable about it, and I would want to have Slawomir with me on stage.
Thanks, Nico.
Yes, I was browsing through your CV, and in telecommunications, we're used to a lot of acronyms. I feel, we have like SMO, especially in Open RAN too. And I saw that since 2021, you are the coordinator of the 6G RIC, but I have a feeling it's sort of a false friend. So we're not talking about the RAN intelligent controller, are we?
Yes, indeed. We are not talking about a radio intelligent controller, but this was on the purpose. It is a play on words because and 6G RIC stands for 6G Research Innovation Cluster, and I'm pretty sure and convinced that 6G will be open, and we will be talking about open systems, and RIC will play a crucial role. So this was just the reason for this.
And I think that's a perfect segue, right, for you to start.
Okay, thanks. So 2 remarks. Basically, I am going to report about the results of 6G RIC. This big project I am coordinating. And then the second remark is I'm waiting for the first slide. I apologize to those who attended my talk yesterday. It's not the same talk, but there is some overlap. Sorry for this, but this is how the life is. So, can I have the first slide? Or maybe we can also proceed, continue with the second one. Okay, great. So 6G RIC, 6G Research Innovation Cluster. I think that compared to other sessions, it's a little bit science fiction. We are going to look in the future. And I will start some kind of information about the cluster. 6G RIC. It's the center of gravity is in Berlin, but it's a cluster or hub, one of the 4 hubs in Germany, working on fundamentals of 6G. So you can see we have partners from all over Germany, but as I said, the center of gravity is in Berlin, and in particular here in these rooms. It is funded at the moment with 70 million euros, and then here you can see, key strategies of this hub, and the main focus is on development of key 6G technologies. But of course, we would like also to evaluate, validate those technology based on some selected use cases. Okay, so first of all, I would like to say that we have a testbed and infrastructure, outdoor testbed and infrastructure. We rely on open source testbed. So far, we have 1 macro base stations, and we equipped 5 street lamps with 5G technology. And then we are working on topics like ORAN framework, virtualization, and so on. And the potential use cases are in the automotive, including, for example, complete street perception or autonomous driving, and so on. Okay, so we are also planning indoor test bed, and this is in the big room over there, where you had lunch. And here again, it is supposed to be open, based on open interface and ORAN compatible. And then at the back of this room, there is we plan an integration lab where we also would like to integrate systems together with startups and SMEs, because we are planning also to establish a startup incubator. I think that it will be also co-funded by the BMBF to support young companies and to work also with us, and then we will provide access to the devices we have, and they are sometimes very expensive, so that I think that that's a good offer. And also, we are planning collaboration with the Charité. It's the biggest hospital in Germany. So at the moment, we have 1 campus, 5G campus network here in Wedding, and I think that we will intensify this collaboration in the next year. So. Okay, so what is 6G about? Usually people talk throughput increase, right? So we need higher data rates. There are some use cases. When we were writing this proposal, some people were talking about 1 terabit per second. I think that we are a little bit more conservative and then say, okay, 100 gigabit per second would be okay. And what I would like to point out with this slide is that if you want to have more throughput per area, then you have, these 3 dimensions at least. Either you can improve the spectral efficiency, you can have higher density or more bandwidth. But if you increase each of these factors, it means that, you will have to spend more energy. So higher spectral efficiency, there is an inherent trade-off between spectral efficiency and energy efficiency. Higher density means more hardware, so more energy consumed by hardware. And then if you go to higher frequencies where you have a lot of bandwidth, hardware components are not so efficient. So at the same time, we have this trend to virtualization. And then, of course, you get more flexibility, but at the cost of higher energy consumption. And then here I would like to point out that 90-95% of the processing is required by the DU. So virtualizing DU is very challenging. And we did it together with NVIDIA. We use GPUs as hardware accelerators. And then also implemented some machine learning-based algorithms for NORMA. And what I want to say here, emphasize, is that, of course, there is not only trade-off between throughput and energy efficiency, but in fact between throughput, energy efficiency, and delay. And this trade-off is even more pronounced if you go, if you virtualize things. So here the table shows that if you would like to satisfy some kind of 5G requirements on latency at the low layers, so you need definitely more computing power and use processors that are more powerful, but then they, of course, consume also more energy. So what I want to say is that we follow the direction set by 5G towards 6G, definitely. But I think that we have to extend our design dimensions to include energy consumption. And then, of course, there is this hype about AI, ML. Yesterday I said that AI has a great potential, but it's not for free, right? So it consumes energy, you need to collect data. So that's why we have to talk about data acquisition, not only in the context of AI, but also in the context of semantic, for example, communication. And then network computing is also an important aspect, I think, because we will realize the idea of convergence of information and communications technologies, to process data close to where the data is needed. So moving data around costs a lot of energy. Good, so this is our approach to 6G RIC, also 6G RIC approach to 6G. You can see areas, we call them technology innovation areas. And then we have sub-terahertz mobile access, so we go to higher frequencies. I will explain why. Then we have these intelligent reflecting surfaces, for example, to shape the environment by passive elements. I am not going to talk about this. I was talking about this yesterday. Then we have the idea of network as a sensor. So it means that you use the communication infrastructure not only to send bits from A to B for communication, but also to do some kind of sensing, radar sensing in particular. It could be localization, but I think that also you can use this for intrusion detection and other applications. Here, especially, we are interested in channel charting. Data acquisition, semantic communication, I will talk about this. Embedded security, it's mainly about post-quantum security combined with physical layer security to provide some kind of protection against attacks from quantum computers and quantum hardware. And then autonomous convergent networks is mainly about the impact of all these technologies on networking aspects in RAN. Okay, so sub-terahertz mobile access. We go to higher frequencies because there is a lot of bandwidth. But the main issue is about energy efficiency. I mentioned this at the beginning of my talk because components are not so energy efficient. And then we have, of course, high path attenuation. So that's why a key component or steerable beamforming antennas is a key component of sub-terahertz. And then we needed to overcome, this path attenuation to provide some reasonable, coverage at this frequency range. So here there is a simple calculation why we are doing this. If you want to increase throughput by factor 100, right? So you can see here some numbers for sub-6 GHz 5G new radio. So in fact, if you stay with the bandwidth of 100 megahertz, so you need, this multiplexing factor, you need instead of 16 streams per squared kilometer, 800 streams per squared kilometer. And then you could increase the spectral efficiency from 4 to 6 beats per second per hertz to 8 to 12 beats per second per hertz. Okay, so I think that this, for me, this looks like mission impossible. So that's why the approach could be you go to sub-terahertz 6G, and if you assume you have 30 gigahertz bandwidth, then it would be enough to have 16 streams per squared kilometer, and then very low spectral efficiency of 1.3 bit per second per hertz. Why I'm emphasizing this? Because low spectral efficiency is an opportunity to use simple hardware components, right? I will briefly explain this later. Good, so this is our approach. We have some kind of heterointegration of semiconductor technologies. We use modular hybrid phased arrays. And then what I would like to emphasize is analog technologies, for example, Rothman lenses to generate small, narrow beams. So we are not using full digital beamforming, which consumes a lot of energy. We try to study analog techniques to generate such narrow beams, and of course they are highly energy efficient. And then, as I said, if we use low spectral efficiency, this simplifies hardware, power amplifier, and AD-DC converters and so on. For example, because we have constant envelope, so we have a low peak to average power ratio, and this allows us to use, simple or cheaper power amplifiers. And then there is another interesting point. If you use, such narrow beams, this has a tremendous impact on the effective channel. And this is explained here. First of all, before I explain this, there is a small video, short video, because I have to say that we have narrow beams. Of course, if you have narrow beams, radiate only in one direction, and then if the objects move, so we need some kind of tracking, right? And this is, I hope that this works. This is illustrated. We have a demo with LG. So you can see here's waveform at 160 gigahertz, bandwidth 400 megahertz. And then here, I would like to point out how sensitive the thing is. That if the receiver moves, so we lose more or less the received power decreases. But then, of course, this received power can be reestablished by changing to another beam. This is done manually here, but of course, in practical systems, we need to do it automatically and very fast, right? So it includes tracking from objects and beam tracking and things like this. And then here, even if you turn the transmitter away, then it's also leads to a loss in the power, and then you have to change the beams to restore, the communication. So this is a key component we are also working on. So here I would like to explain narrow beams. So narrow beams have a big problem in wireless communication are multipath components, reflections at walls and things like this. So, but if you have a narrow beam, then you have a spatial filter, more or less, and then the paths are cancelled or killed. And then it means this was the basic idea. And then we thought about this and then said, okay, so the channel might be flat, very, very easy channel. And then we evaluated this, validated using indoor measurements and 160 gigahertz with Rohde and Schwarz. And indeed, the channel is almost flat. So what does it mean? It means that you can use single carrier because the intersymbol interference is not so big problem. You don't have, multipath components or delayed signals, so you don't need to, you don't get strong intersymbol interference. You can use single carrier, simple equalizer, similar to what we are using in our FDM, and then that's it. And then you can operate in low signal to low spectral efficiency regime to use simple hardware components. There is a paper about this, and then we had the demo at the ICC in Rome 2 weeks ago, and this is a picture of this demo. If you are interested, if you would like to have more information about this, please contact me. So the second topic is the semantic communication, right? So we are talking about energy consumption. There is a strong need for energy savings in wireless systems. And then we always talk about, communication part, the communication channel. And then of course, there is something, there is also, the other word, or the other side of the word, which is, the application word. And usually, we, by Shannon and Weaver, especially in 1949, they identify 3 problem levels. The technical problem, this is what we are focused right now. It's about transmitting 1 bit from A to B in as reliable as possible. We don't care about the content of the bit or how relevant the bit is to the application at hand. So then there is a semantic problem. The meaning conveyed by the transmitted symbols should accurately reflect the intention of the sender. And I think that Alex in Dresden 1 month ago was talking about the effectiveness problem. The conduct of the system in response to communications should be effective in accomplishing a desired task. Now I am not talking about applications, if you have smartphones and then they communicate with a base station and compete for scarce resources. I am talking about, for example, about multi-agent systems with robots that cooperate for a common goal, right? So the task is to achieve a common goal, and then the communication should be effective with respect to this, to achieve this common goal. And then, and this can be proven, the amount of data to be transmitted to achieve this goal can be significantly reduced when compared to the case where you consider these 2 parties or 2 robots as independent agents competing for scarce resources. So, okay, this is a 6G rig viewpoint at the problem. So it's about data acquisition, especially in the context of robotics. If robots do something, there are times there is more need for communication, and then there is maybe no need for communication. It's called event-triggered communication. But I have the second video. And these are Segway robots. We are building 20 robots like this. They should collaborate and perform some task. Here in this case, the task is relatively simple. This is a Segway-like robot. It's an unstable system, right? And then they have to bend forward and pass under the crossbar, right? So the problem is such robots can be used in applications in logistics. So they can carry some things, and you don't know the dynamics of the system. So you don't know, how to choose input signal to have, what you are interested in. So that's why you have to learn this, more or less. So and here you have an example. This is just in collaboration with Professor Jörg Reich. Here, we have a cluster science of the intelligence. There is collective iterative learning control. Here they don't collaborate when they're learning. One robot learns aggressively, the second one conservatively. And you see now the green curve means that they collaborate, they can learn much faster to perform such tasks. This is, I think, illustrative example of goal-oriented communication, which is fundamentally different from the communication when you have several smartphones, transmitting data to a common, to a joint base station. Good, this is more or less the last slide. We want to also implement this using spiking neural networks because of energy efficiency, but if you are interested, you can also download this position paper or talk to us if you are interested in more information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Slavomir. It was interesting to follow, and I think it couldn't get much more hands-on with these use cases, right? And I have to compliment, class finished early, and everyone still has their neighbor, right? You guys have stamina. So, and we did actually manage to do time travel, as we mentioned, because we're now getting back to present day, and with the next keynote that's up on the agenda, it's the Operators Roundtable, and we're hearing about insights and perspectives of leading MNOs on Open RAN and lab testing. And for this, I would love to have the panelists and moderator on stage that you might have seen before. Thank you.
Yes, it's me again. But this time I switched the head of facilitator and I will be moderating this roundtable. And thank you, Nico, for the introduction. So I am humbled and honored to have here, all the representatives of the operators that are the leading force of the Open RAN. And why not starting with a short round of introduction? Ayşenur.
Okay, so I start as the... So I'm Ayşenur Şenyer. I am the Director of Transport Networks in Telefonica, based in Munich. For the last 2.5 years, I'm doing this job. So I think I'm the only transport guy in this panel. Why I'm here? Because my dear colleague invited me in. He's actually doing the real trials here in Germany. But I want to bring here a different perspective. So this is why I'm here in this panel. About me, half of my life was with the vendors and the rest half with the carriers or operators. So I think I have enough experience to reflect back my previous experiences here into this panel.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Sapamukai-san, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shinsuke Samukai from NTT Docomo. So I'm leading 5G Open RAN RAN equipment development team. So I appreciate to be here, and I would like to introduce our experience and the challenge of Open RAN. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for flying over from Japan to be here with us.
Yeah.
We talk a lot this morning about NTT Docomo and how we can join forces together, European operators and also Japanese operators. So I think it's a very good fit into this panel.
Thank you very much.
Franz.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Franz Seiser from Deutsche Telekom. And as you shared with me yesterday, kindly, that you will wear magenta.
Yes.
I thought I don't need to wear magenta today. We still have magenta on stage, so everything is fine. To myself, I'm part of Deutsche Telekom Group Technology Organization. You can see this as kind of CTO office, and my role, in short, I'm leading Deutsche Telekom ORAN activities since we started in 2020, roughly.
Thank you. Last but not the least, Frank.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Frank Hillebrand. I'm working for Vodafone in Germany. I'm located in Düsseldorf. I'm a radio access network expert in an area of network evolution and solutions. But I have a background. I lived here for 8.5 years in Berlin during my time as I worked for Siemens. It was before the Vodafone. I tried to change to Vodafone.
All right, thank you. So when we prepared this roundtable, we promised ourselves that we will not revisit the basics of the importance of the Open RAN. So I think we have much more to share now, and we are more mature, and we would like also to hear your insights about your journey. So Frank, maybe we can start with you, right, and give us a bit of the perspectives. Where is Vodafone in this journey, and what are the challenges and the opportunities that you see?
Yes, of course. Vodafone is very committed to Open RAN. So let's see that it starts the journey about 4 years ago. It was in July, so about 4 years ago, the first 4G site was built up with Open RAN in Vodafone UK. That was a first step, let me say, or first big step, when different activities follow. So I can't explain every one, but In January last year, we set up also the 5G site commercially in Vodafone UK, and now we have this so-called golden cluster in the UK with 16 sites covering 2 cities in the southwest of UK, having inhabitants of about 30k and 60k. And so we're covering not only rural area, we're also covering urban and suburban environment. And also we have massive MIMO antennas there. So we have Samsung hardware, Samsung software. The CUs and Us are from Dell. And Wind River is the company for the cloud platform. And yeah, we are now in a phase, as I said before, it's commercially in use. And the performance looks, I would say, good. So we are at the moment in an optimization phase. So many of the KPIs looks very good, but some of them have to be improved to really say that it is now, at least as good as incumbent KPIs or values, or the performance values we are seen in the last with the incumbent vendors. And for Germany, we also plan to have a commercial pilot with Samsung this year. And so that's the step towards our goal to have 30% of our European sites equipped with Open RAN until 2030. And we also have labs, for example, the UK lab for end-to-end testing and validation, which also takes part in these plug fests in spring this year. So at summary, we can say that Open RAN leaves the pilot stage towards real live network stage. So I think it will take a long time, but we can say, okay, now it has achieved a maturity to compare it with the incumbent RAN vendors in a live network.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Franz, do you want to go next?
Okay,
on this
sure.
one?
So let's revisit my last 3 years, so to say.
Exactly.
No, actually, as Alex Choi kindly shared today in the morning, the roots of O-RAN go even further back to 2018 with the setup of O-RAN Alliance, and even before. So there is a long history where our guys have been part of. Not myself, because I didn't mention myself. I'm not really a radio guy. They brought me in more with cloud and software background and core to see how to bridge the gap between these two worlds. But so real activities on our side started around 2020, and we realized basically from day one, the one thing will be to drive technology, and I will talk about it in a minute, but the other thing is we have to work from the very beginning about ecosystem, because we wanted to bring new players, we wanted to enable an ecosystem. So basically we did 2 things. One of them you see here. So we jointly set up the i14y together with Vodafone, Telefonica, and a couple of other partners. Most of them you have seen already on stage or visited in one or the other place. So this was the one thing. And looking at it today, I think that worked out very well. The second thing we also did is we set up the O-RAN MOU on European level. So to address a little bit the idea of Stefan Terral in the morning, we don't do it on countryside, we do it European-wide. Again, these 2 fellow operators together with Orange and Telecom Italia, where we put a very strong sign into the industry. There is a joint interest, there is a market building. We have aligned in the meantime in the 3rd iteration requirements to be very clear what we need, what has to be developed to give as much guidance to the industry as we can. And we will discuss during the panel how we need to go on. But this was happening as well. On the technology side, I think at least in Germany, relatively well known. We started the endeavor of O-RAN Town, 50 kilometers north of Berlin, where we in early stage did a setup covering a typical German city of 50,000 people, with the intention to understand what is state of the art, what are the issues, what is working well, what needs more focus, what are the things we need to take care about to really understand where we are, but also to understand at what speed we see the things getting closer to what is state of the art in the most advanced SRAN systems. So it was not only seeing the technology, but also seeing the speed of catch-up. Bottom line, we have been satisfied and we learned a lot. And the consequence out of that whole activity was that in Barcelona this year, our board member announced we are now going into small-scale commercial deployments in this country as well as in a European country. if everything goes well and that's looking like that, we will still start this year with that, switching it on for commercial operation.
Very good. Thank you, Franz. Sapamukai-san, so everyone is looking at you and at NTT Docomo as being one of the pioneers and front runners in this domain. Can you please share with us your journey, where you are in the Open RAN?
Okay, sure. So our openness journey is actually started in 4G. So we already achieved multi-vendor operation in between 4G BB and 4G RU. So with common interface. So therefore, 5G Open RAN is a natural progression for us. So, for example, so we started Open 5G RAN from commercial day one. So in 2020. So that means a fully multi-vendor interoperability operation. So after day one, so we also selected new RU vendor. So when we add new flexi band, so it is actually thanks to open interface. So, however, so to deploy Open RAN, there are some challenges to introduce in commercial networks, such as high performance and interoperability test and most cost effectiveness. So in order to solve the challenge of reduced cost, so integrated test cost, so we started open shared testbed in Japan. So this testbed, one of the big feature of this testbed is that not only using by myself, but other operator can access remotely, and they can reduce the time and the test cost significantly. So yeah, that's so 5G Open RAN network development globally now. So we can support this test and this test because we have so many experience and capability of interoperability test.
Thank you. Ajanud, from your glasses, from your perspective.
When he started in Japan, we lost like, I don't know, more than 10 people to Japan. Yeah, so I think Japan was really leading, and it made us question what difference we need to bring to this market, right? So I think it was a good pace setter. It is not only the technology behind, but I think the automation that it brought into the network was important. So from the Open RAN perspective, if we come back to Telefonica, Telefonica I think was the first one to do Open RAN in live network in Germany. We learned a lot. So we learned a lot about the hardware capabilities, capacity issues, software development, feature issues, etc., and also the ecosystem. So in the end, it was a great learning for us. I think we had great expectations from the vendors, so we need to put this balance as the operators towards the vendors, and we need to make sure that the idea leaves, no? So that we don't, we support the ecosystem, including vendors in this area, and I think we will discuss about how in the next round. What I want to bring here is that, I mean, it is not just the Open RAN that I think we need to talk about. It's the open systems, disaggregation. like I'm also proud to say that in the transport area, we managed to start with the white boxing, the segregation on the transport. As of today, we have live implementations on the access routers and a bit of the segregation on the optical as well. So for us, the openness, I mean, today we talk about technology, and as an operator, of course, about hardware, software, and basic functionality today. But why we are here, I think, is a bigger purpose. So when we look back in the virtualization world, virtualization also came when we talk about virtualization, we were thinking that, okay, it will come later sometime, no, in the core domain. But it started faster, so it moved the vendors, the traditional vendors had to move faster to virtualization in the core. So I think now what we see is happening in virtualization in the core is started happening in the radio domain. So I think we will see more of the classical vendors as well moving towards that domain. And if we look at the future of the operator, if we want to become a platform provider, if we want to communicate between the operators in an open environment, that will also open opportunities for innovation, which will come not directly from the operators, but from the ecosystem. And I think this is also why this lab is important in that sense. And I think the applications and that will come is beyond our imagination today. I think this is why it's not just the cost or the lean side or energy that we're after, but it is about this openness and what will come to the communication industry as disruption in the future. So I think this openness will really bring disruption, a real disruption that we don't see today.
Great insights, Ajner. Thank you. And perhaps we continue with you, and maybe we double click. We talked this morning, and we heard a lot about the need to continue the collaboration, to continue to bring the ecosystem together, right? And on that, what is your take? Are we doing enough on the ecosystem play? Are we doing enough on this collaboration and openness? How can we do more?
Yeah, how can we do more? I think this is a good step. We are here. We are talking all together. We are presenting. We are doing the testing all together. And we are learning from each other. So this is important because having this testing is just one step. So I think it is just the first step. So what we can do together, I think I was inspired by the panelists of the lab, that how far they've gone into Taiwan and in the US. So I think we need to come to those levels in Europe as well, cooperating between each other and making sure that we provide the basics. So we test the basics together, so we don't spend efforts. We also enable that for our partners, for the ecosystem, so that we accelerate the innovator parts to come into the place, right? So I think learning from each other provides a lot. And I was in the Future Net in May in the UK, and all the operators were talking about becoming a platform provider. So if we will be a platform provider, this is only we can do all together. So that I think is a very good start with this environment here to start, communication and to create this ecosystem together.
Good, thank you. Savamukai-san, in your perspective, how far is this importance, of collaboration and ecosystem as playing, in OREX activities, for example, or in NTT Docomo journey?
Okay, so we have been working for long time to achieve openness. So with our partner. So in 4G era, we defined common front for interface by ourselves, and so our partner vendor supported our interface. But this is specific interface. So, but they assume multi-vendor support and multi-vendor support regardless of specific interface. So and in 5G era, we had achieved open multi-vendor interoperability spec. So that defined all-round specification. So that is open X interface between 4G and 5G, and front haul between CUDU and RU. So they are defined all-round profile. So at first, back to 2019, it takes a long time to testing complete. But we study and cooperate with our partner vendors. So now, gradually, recently, we reduced the test time significantly. So now we can select new other vendor in short time, and that so it's because it is all-round profile is more stable. So yeah, also our ecosystem is not just to integrating partner product, but actually bring fusion partner maximization strengths. So other partners have different experience and different areas. So we believe that we can accelerate 5G open RAN network development globally with our ecosystem.
Thank you. And I was also checking the page of Orex, and I believe that you have many partners and many ecosystem players already collaborating in that lab and previously from this journey of 2019. So you have been doing a lot in this ecosystem play. Thank you. Franz, what's your take on this ecosystem importance?
It's a complete no-brainer from my perspective, and I think we achieved a lot already. The one thing I said is we're meeting here. The other one, where I have to say I was personally very positively surprised, was this MOU, because when I heard first about the idea, I was not sure if and how fast we would be able to come together and how much we would share. But if I look how this is going and how well it works and what we discuss, of course, always being very careful about antitrust and stuff, but we know how to do that. But on that level, we really have an incredibly good collaboration in the group. But it's only the big, and all you see here, all the big players. So we still have a certain muscle to drive. But in order to make ORAN successful, it needs to be consumable for everyone, not only for the big ones. And we all have a certain understanding and a pretty good understanding what it means and what needs to be done. Smaller operators don't have that as of today, and we need to find ways how to make ORAN consumable also for these guys, because only then we will get scale, and only with scale this whole technology will be a success on a global base. So we still need to improve, for example, as well the collaboration with Japan. There's also a lot going on. We don't have too much representation here in North America, so there's still room, because it is one ORAN. It's not the North American version and the European version and the Japanese or Asian version. We need to bring that together. We need to really make sure it's all, because only then scale can build. And these are the things we need to build upon and drive forward. And some first steps happen, more to come. And of course, to make it consumable, we had it already today, this whole idea of certifying components. 80% are the same for all of us anyhow, regardless how much we compete. The base technology is always the same. Then there's always a small piece, if it's not 20%, 30 or 10, we can discuss, doesn't matter, where we have our special requirements, where we believe this makes us better in front of the customer. But the basic is the same. So why should we, all of us, invest a lot of effort in doing the same basic stuff all the time? That can be done together. And it's also for the benefit of the vendor, because the vendor doesn't need to do the same tests 50, 60, 100 times across the globe, because every operator believes you need to do that. that stuff we can do jointly, and we need to find ways how to do that jointly to lower the effort, because in the end that will help also on the TCO side. And again, that helps to make this whole technology successful in the end. And that's what we need to drive from my perspective.
Yeah, and I like your comment. I mean, it needs really to be easy and consumable to the others, right? And I think that we hear in many discussions that the major vendors or operators, whatever, it's still very hard for the small companies to collaborate with us.
To share, I said I'm coming more from the core side of the network, so I'm used to very many interfaces, but they are very well described and relatively straightforward. Open fronthaul is the opposite. It's only one interface, but it took me some time to accept that this is really a very different kind of interface to the ones have been used before. And it's definitely not straightforward to integrate open fronthaul. And that's the more we can do jointly, the more we can synergize and do things only once and not multiple times. The faster we get, the more efficient we get, and the more faster this technology can scale.
Indeed, Frank.
Okay, what to add? So I think openness and collaboration is a basis for the further development of Open RAN. And I think it's also important that new vendors could come on the train, not having a huge amount of hardware which can be sold, so that they have new ideas, for example, for the rig, for X apps, Air apps, ideas to maybe, as an example, to reduce energy consumption, and that brings a lot because that's a huge amount of cost savings for us as operators, because we have to pay a big amount of money for that energy costs. And so, openness is very, very important, so that everybody can bring his own ideas, thinking and new ideas, so but we can learn from each other, and not everybody is doing his own history, let me say, or his own strategy.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, so we are very good on time, and now I would like really to spend some time to discuss with you, and because the motto of this summit is test and validate, so I would like really, to ask you what is also your opinion about these joint testing activities. And maybe we start with you, Agenor. So I think it's clear that we have to do more. We heard this a lot. And I know that some operators have their own labs, or they also rely on joint labs, like the i14y lab is a very nice experience where we see all the big operators also making the best effort out of it. But maybe on that domain.
Yes, I mean, Kathy, I don't see her here now, but she was very excited, right, when I talked with her. So she is really willing with the team here to build this common testing. And we are already, we see Gerald and Olaf presenting together. So we are in here all together. And as we described, there's always some common testing. We are not here to test everything, because we are, operating big networks and with a lot of focus on other things as well. So it will be really great to have this focus here, to have some common testing, to contribute on how we can simplify it, because obviously we need to simplify it. It doesn't have to complicate our lives on top, right? So this is something. And I think this is something we can also do collectively. How can we simplify this all together, right? So for that one, I think we all agree that we could have common testing. We do some testing here commonly. Then if we have additional things, we can differentiate between, 3 operators, which ones we need on top in a different way, etc. So we are on it, and we're discussing not just to have it just for maybe run, but some other things, because, the open API, the APIs was something that we are discussing for years in the operator world. So what happens if we can look at the world like that, no? And if we can open this to the others so that they can also create together, and we put more ideas, and then we change the world. So I think this is why we are so discussing it here today, because we are building the future networks, and the future, maybe we have some ideas, but we don't really predict it very well, right? So, and why don't we join efforts to build the future all together, right? So that will be my words.
Very good, thank you. So I heard also that in your initial answer you were mentioning that many of the players in the ecosystem have already access to your lab, right? So on that note, so what can we do more on these joint testing activities?
So I would like to comment about the joint testing. So our open shared lab is not only focusing or network, but also support test and test case the others. So we would like to share anything about those. So we already have so many experience of tests and not only integration but also managing vendor cross testing. So we can provide a new test experience and new test service to the others. So the partnership has just started, but we started discussions. So maybe I think we can join testing and accelerate 5G development.
Very good, thank you. And maybe we will next time be in this room and discuss the progress of these joint activities and how well you are playing between you and the labs that you are also supporting. So maybe a call to action that we follow up on this one and have also these 3 other participants also joining your activities in Japan.
Yeah.
Friends?
Not so much to add, I think. I mean, at least I didn't hear anyone here either today or yesterday doubting that this is a useful way to go. As said, it's the testing itself, but it's a lot about mindset to really be willing to work. And as said, what I have seen in this open run, this happens somehow with a very different mindset to what we have seen often before. So there's much more willingness to work together. And the other thing I think we still have a way to go and we need to invest is test automation. Because the one thing is test, but the other thing is how do you make it with as little effort as possible. And I think also here is a big room for collaboration and learn from each other what's the best and most meaningful way to automate this testing as simple as possible, but still be sure it's really covering the cases. And that's also some territory we still need to explore further. But as I said, with the mindset I see, I'm pretty confident that we will see significant progress if we meet again here in roughly 1 year's time.
Okay, so to make it happen, mindset and automation, right? This would be your summary. Very good. Frank?
Yeah. From an operator perspective, I think it's always good to have many vendors where we can choose off. So, and if you want to have many vendors in the Open RAN area, independent of software, hardware, optimization, whatever, I think you need a huge amount of big lab ecosystem, like the i14y lab as an open lab for vendors, not only achieving batches, that's important for us, because when we see the requirements are fulfilled and we have to do our specific tests, but also to do proof of concepts. Check if new ideas work as expected and so on. And therefore, it is very important to have this lab here and all the other labs in the world to have such kind of ecosystem where the vendors can go there, get their batches, prove their concepts and so on, and then can distribute information, do not have to do it in a Telefonica lab or Deutsche Telekom lab or Vodafone lab again.
Great, thank you. All right.
I want to add something.
Yes, please do.
I mean,
because we still have 2 minutes.
The energy in this lab, I think everyone would love to come here. And you offered a lab as a service here, right?
Yes.
So I've been to Telefonica labs. It's huge, big labs. But here, I see the energy. I see the the ambition. And also the atmosphere to collaborate, not only in here, but also around the world. This was amazing. It's like everyone offers some kind of connection. That's really amazing. It's really promising for the industry, I think. Yeah, we are, for the first time, have the opportunity to develop something all together.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I meant with mindset. Just one thing came to my mind. One thing we also need to be careful. Make sure, I agree, we need many labs, but we need to coordinate. We don't want to get labs to compete. And then vendors scratching, do I go here or there? We need to find some ways to make sure they are not competing, but they are adding on each other, and it's very clear, and specializing in certain areas to really orchestrate, so to say, what is happening in which labs and how things fit together, to avoid that we again confuse the supplier industry, but they don't know where to go because there is no clear idea from what we communicate there.
Indeed, Franz, and indeed, it's all about joining forces, not creating, more competition, because otherwise we will be stuck, and in 1 year we will be still talking about the challenges and the hurdles, not about the success, right? Okay, so any final words? We have 30 seconds. We are really good on time. I'm very proud. Very nice roundtable discussion. Any final words to the audience? Good, then. Thank you so much.
So that was quite nice, I have to say. I really enjoyed this panel. Yeah, now that we have the understanding where the operators are coming from, I think it would be nice to zoom in one aspect, and I'm sure my panelists that are coming up now, they would say it's the most important aspect. So with the open dialogue, Defending the Future, the importance of security in Open RAN developments, I welcome the hosts and panelists on stage, please.
Nice music. Yeah, when I read the title, the importance of security, as you said, yes, I thought it reads like the importance of breathing for staying alive. We could say it's very important, and that's the answer, and let's have an early coffee break. We won't do that, of course. Yeah. So we have a packet drop, I believe. So Jean-Pierre didn't show up. So we have two panelists I'm very happy to have here with me on the stage, and I would like to introduce yourselves. Maybe Hannah, you go first, and then Carsten, please say why you're here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying for another day here in this room. I'm Hanna Bogucka from Rimedo Labs and from the Poznań University of Technology. I'm a university professor and an entrepreneur. We started a spin-off from PUT, which is Rimedo Labs, and Rimedo Labs specializes in radio access networks, Open RAN with the applications and use cases. So nice to be here.
Okay, my name is Carsten Rossenhüffel. I'm CTO and co-founder of EANTC, the European Advanced Networking Test Center. We're an independent test lab, and we are also a consortium partner of the i14y lab. And yeah, we've been active in security testing more for benchmarking than for actual, malware kind of testing for quite a few years. And now we see also the need and the opportunity to get active in Open RAN security.
So I'm very happy about this setup because it's the mixture I like. So we have academic perspective from Hannah, and Carsten earns his daily money with doing security. So I think this should make a nice dynamics for the upcoming couple of minutes. So the importance of security, let's start with a global question. You have to think security always in a holistic way, because attackers have the tendency to find the weakest spot. So could I ask your view on the Open RAN system in general, and maybe singling out where we should focus our attention on? That could be an interface, like you are testing an i14y, but it could as well be sloppy password management of a software development in the second tier of a software supply chain. So please, could you comment on that?
Okay. So, in my view, this, say, future networks, including the open future networks, like with the Open RAN, have several fields or surfaces of threats. They come from the field of typical, say, cybersecurity with the computer networks, computers themselves, cloud computing. From the openness, with the open air, with the open interfaces, and with the open RAN in general. From the ubiquitous nature of radio communication channel that theoretically everyone has the access to. And from intelligence, because the future networks are supposed to be intelligent. In particular, edge intelligence is envisioned. So this intelligence, of course, provides some opportunities, but also challenges. So maybe I could stop here, but in general, it is not. It is the security issues, the security topic for Open RAN for the future networks combines all these fields, and all have to be considered together, since it is not just about the privacy. Yeah, the password protects more or less the privacy of communication or storage or processing, but there are a lot of other possibilities for this malicious action to jeopardize the network in other ways. So let me stop here. I hope there will be a chance to extend this.
Right. So first, I think the attack surface doesn't necessarily increase greatly with Open RAN. It just changes, and people need to get used to it. So that's maybe a very, very generic view. But my day-to-day experience is that it's often the trivial mistakes that people make. For example, the sloppy passwords or the port that is still open. I still remember, it has nothing to do with Open RAN, but this port for CPE management being open in the Deutsche Telekom DSL network worldwide, and then some attacker finding it at some point and exploiting it, which brought down most of the CPE DSL routers in all consumers in Germany for a day. So this can quickly happen, and this was a really trivial mistake, right? We don't have to look for advanced AI stuff. Of course, we should also do that, but we first have to start with the trivial things. Not only harden the passwords, make sure that access links that are in the public, that they are encrypted, make sure that the basic well-known exploits are not possible, things like that.
Okay, yeah. So Hannah mentioned this already briefly, but I want to come back to that. The intuitive approach is if you open things up, like disintegration or open interfaces, Open RAN, then you open it up also for attackers. That's the intuitive reaction you have. But you say that doesn't necessarily increases the risk, because it's also opened up for surveillance. So could you comment on the openness as a security angle of?
Yeah, so maybe I'll start with that. So yeah, we've always tested open interfaces. I mean, in the wireline industry, all of the protocols are open and well known, and firewalls in the wireline industry, they also need to operate under well-known parameters. So all of the facts, how they are running, are open. And from my point of view, from my experience, it's more of a risk if the vendors try to keep things close and under the hood, because then it's not possible to test independently if security problems exist and how to mitigate them, right? And for example, right now we're still in an early stage in Open RAN. I think it would be good if more test campaigns would already integrate security testing. We haven't done that so far in the Plugfest, and when we try to convince the vendors to go there, of course they are all a little bit careful, right? And it would certainly be good to follow these paradigms that the industry is always voicing. Security needs to be a design criteria. It shouldn't be some afterthought in the end, right? And I would love to work in the i14y lab and in other contexts to make this happen again.
Good.
Yeah, I think this openness has some challenges, but most of all, it has opportunities because, first of all, it provides transparency for the service, for the equipment providers, for the service providers also, that this transparency, this openness allows to create some new methods for security that are that can be applied easily and with a very short time to market, which is very important in open run. And secondly, I think that yes, when you have the open interfaces, you will have the access to some parameters that can be utilized for XApps and RApps that are then developed specially for the security handling, yeah? For the whether it is the detection or analysis of the threats and various kinds of attacks, and also to mitigate the attacks or eliminate the malicious users or the attackers.
That was a very nice bridge, actually, because when we were preparing this, we were talking about an architecture and the special role of the RIG as a platform for possible potential security services, also for data sampling and having possibly faster reaction time. So could you elaborate a little bit on the RIG as a potential accelerator for security services?
Yeah, it's an intelligent controller, so you can apply all these XApps or RApps that intelligently handle also the security issues. The application of AI for the anomaly detection is well known. Now this can be closer to the end user because Open RAN can be very close to UE and DU and CU. So it's a good opportunity because, for example, there are several kinds of threats like jamming, for example, or signaling storm, or denial of service, distributed denial of service that can be detected only in place when they show up. I mean, very close to the end user. Yeah, so this creates a lot of opportunities, and we actually have already some use cases for this, some tested use cases. And I think it's good. It's very important to have this opportunity closer to the place where the threats, the attacks actually occur. So this is important. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted.
Carsten, comments on the RIG as a host for security?
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating proposal. And I agree, from the design perspective, it would be a right place to do intrusion detection, intrusion prevention, to, for example, cut off malicious UE or whatever could be happening. Of course, from the practical side of a tester, I look forward to seeing these implementations, and I think it's still some way to go until we can rely on the necessary interfaces to implement this use case with any Open RAN infrastructure out there. But sure, I think it could be beneficial.
Okay, follow-up question on that. So in a situation where you could envisage a compromised XOR app, then a neighboring security app obviously wouldn't have the right to do anything about that. So could you find a solution for that?
Yeah, I could say, yeah, okay. When you apply the machine learning or artificial intelligence in general for anomaly detection, for example, then the computer scientists have elaborated on this kind of adversarial machine learning methods that where the attacker is not just a simple attacker, but the attacker is also intelligent and also has some algorithm to jeopardize the other machine learning algorithm to learn not correctly, like by poisoning data or by introductions of some malicious examples to learn in the other direction that the algorithm should. So then, what the security algorithm can do or should do is to detect that somebody tries to jeopardize this algorithm. And there are these two intelligences that play against each other, and this has been actually researched within the game theory to show that at the end, this game ends up at some equilibrium. So this is a problem that is well known, but of course we are not, we cannot totally defend from this. Yeah, but in fact it's something to be handled on both sides. Yeah?
Okay, Carsten, you want to comment? Game theory is a little away from your bread and butter.
No, I always appreciate the idea from the academic side. It's fascinating, and certainly we always need to think ahead of the attackers, right? So it's good to explore the theoretical approaches. Whether in practice it will be possible that one XApp controls the other XApps, whether they have been undermined by malicious attackers, that's probably a little bit science fiction, I think.
Okay.
So I was more thinking about having an XApp or an XApp to actually look at the UE behavior or at the RU behavior, right? Because for me, a common scenario would be the UEs can easily be taken over, and even an RU, it's pretty easy to climb up a mast and disconnect the Ethernet cable and plug in your own stuff. And if it's not encrypted, from the communications point of view, it's quite easy to take over a cell site. Theoretically, right? In practice, it will be more difficult, but that would be a more common attack vector that I could see.
Yeah. Okay, so climbing down a little from academic fancy to the real world and what you experience every day, could you tell us about the testing reality in the lab? So what is it you're faced with when you do your job in i14y?
Right, so I think there are a couple of interfaces that we need to verify. So one is the management interface, of course, and the management interface, that's, you know, the most basic stuff is passwords. If they use passwords, it's like, can you access it without password? If you connect directly to the radio unit, for example, all of the basics. And I mean, other tests in operators, even outside Open RAN, have shown that this basic management level access, even for routers, you know, established equipment, is often difficult. It has some easy exploits if you don't test it. That's number one. And then what's kind of new is the control plane between the RU and the DU, like the open front hall. And that communication needs to be encrypted, so we need to test that. We need to make sure there are no attack vectors possible by sending a lot of data on the control plane, by trying to get in with fuzziness testing. That's probably what Jean-Pierre's area of expertise would have been. If you don't know what you're looking for, then you just randomize the testing and you search in the blind, you know, blindfolded. And when you see the device reacting, for example, the CPU load going up, and you don't exactly know why, but you seemingly have found some patterns in the control plane, then you continue to exploit there. And that's called fuzziness testing. And that's particularly important for areas where you don't know the exploits yet. So in the firewall space, in normal network security testing, we just go to the NIST database with thousands of CVEs, attack vectors that have been accumulated over the years, and we just test all of them through, like thousands of test cases in an automated fashion, and that, you know, covers most of the attacks. But in Open RAN, probably they are not known yet.
Hannah, you want to comment on the comprehensiveness of the search as has been?
I wanted to say that, okay, apart from this high above the ground considerations on artificial intelligence and so on, there is a lot of threats that are very simple and easy to be done, easy to be fired. Like, for example, jamming, the old well-known jamming. that you cannot encrypt against that. You just have to handle it somehow. The good news is that it is not computationally, but energy costly to fire out such attack, and then the attackers sometimes change the bandwidth, and we can react to change the bandwidth as well, or stop transmitting and start again when the jamming is stopped from this particular band. Another example is this denial of service, when the attacker tries to occupy as many resources, and this attacker can be an authorized user, like you buy the telephone from the market and with the prepaid card, and you can do it. And of course, this happens. And now the good news is again that in XUp, quite fast, with below 1 millisecond, you can detect the anomaly in this case. Yeah, and even in some cases remove these malicious users. Or a very simple attack is to activate the users or the devices in the Internet of Things, where a lot of devices are battery powered, so they are very sensitive to being awake and starting being active, like transmit something or do something without the need, because the battery is exhausted, and so forth and so on. So it's there is a lot. There is a big need to find algorithms and ways to prevent this, and in a timely manner. Within the particular period of time, to prevent the attack, and closer to the end user, as I said before.
Yeah, but that's an important thought. It's not only about protecting the network, it's also about protecting the users, the UEs and the applications. Yeah. And I think that's what we see in other networks, like in wireline as well. I spoke about DSL earlier. Now for many operators, it's not only about protecting their own network against attacks, it's also to protect the consumers against attacks that are coming from outside to the DSL CPEs. And in the same way, I think especially in IoT, this is going to become more important, because if you attack an IoT device successfully, it drains its battery, fine. But maybe the consequence of it is it reports the wrong values or no values, and that again leads to a certain behavior that can even destroy devices in the end. So without exploiting that too much. And the other thing about the S-plane, synchronization plane, also important point. At the NTC we've tested synchronization for 15 years now, and there are some devices that can actually protect against these jamming attacks actively, but there is still a big lack of insight in many networks, like where does the jamming actually occur and what are the jamming patterns. There was a German research project 2 or 3 years ago that tried to figure out where is GPS jamming actually happening. Mostly it's truck drivers driving around and trying to prevent their employer from finding out where they're driving, so they're jamming the GPS around. Actually, that's the case, but there are also obviously some more professional attackers, and it's good to understand where does the jamming happen and which cell sites are affected. And obviously, the more small cells we will have, the more cell sites that are just above our heads and not on big towers, the easier it will be to do jamming, right? So we need to protect more, and we need to understand the patterns more, and maybe we need to track down the attackers more aggressively.
Okay, thanks. So time's almost up, so let me ask one last question, a little bit speculative again. So you mentioned the word prevent, and you can prevent against known attacks. That might be possible, but can you envisage a situation, I just say the word attack graphs, where you can harden your system against the attacks even the attackers haven't thought of yet? So that's a bit complicated question, but could you just give some outlook on that, and then we close it?
Yeah, here again, AI is playing a role, because apart from learning the situation, you can do the prediction. So obviously, yes, yeah. I think in general, yeah, that's
We
the
should
thought.
collaborate on that, Carsten.
Yeah, that's what quite a number of firewall vendors are already doing. They're kind of sandboxing anomalous behavior, and I think that's the way to go. Not to look for something that you know, but to also look for these zero-day attacks and to understand like when does something not work as normally expected, and then we need to sandbox it and try to analyze it more closely.
Yeah. Thanks a lot to the two of you. So to Hannah and Carsten, I think we have convinced you that it's really important, security. Yeah? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's me again, and I'm happy. It's my privilege to announce that we're heading into our last break, and I think these guys managed to eat into your bio break, although there were only two panelists. But there's one last chance to go onto guided tours from EANTC and Fraunhofer, and you also get the chance to check out the marketplaces if you haven't done so already, and enjoy. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, Christian. So this is the part where only the rebels stay, okay? All right, welcome back. And this is the last part of this incredible day. And I think, we reserved also, the best for the last, as I told you. So the rebels part is starting now. And it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Sir David. And the rest of the panelists, please. Yes. Welcome, David. Sir David is almost as famous as Sir David Hattenberg. almost as famous as David. I have to give you a hint.
Sure.
I already prepared the audience that this is the rebels part, so this is where, the fun will start even more, right? And I think you will have an issue because your panelists will change completely now the topic and they want to talk about quantum computing. How about that? How will you react with that?
Whatever they want to do. Whichever direction they lead me in, I will follow.
Really? Okay.
I find this interesting because yesterday I was called complex by one of your colleagues and today I'm a rebel as well, so...
Nice. Okay. Personally, I prefer the rebel. David,
I'm with
the
you.
rebel. Okay? So... hand over to you, and I hope that you can still talk about the RIC at the helm and how it's playing the importance in this ecosystem play. Just manage your panelists, I think. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Over to
Katarina.
you.
And thank you, everybody. It's great to be here to discuss what I think everybody agrees is a really important topic on the RIC. So many discussions that we've had today, and even in the last 2 days in the workshops that have been held here, are talking about the real innovation of Open RAN is going to come from the RAN intelligent controller. And I think that we'd all agree with that. And what it's going to take to happen to get this up and running is an ecosystem of various different players who are from network equipment manufacturers to RIC platform providers to test equipment manufacturers and the developer ecosystem itself to get this all up and running and working. And that vibrant ecosystem full of those different partners specializing in those different areas are going to need to have levels of interoperability, level of integration to be performed, and to enable that to be done, the accessibility to test environments and test beds, sandboxes, to deliver the development and testing of these applications is going to be extremely important. In addition to that, I think that we've all heard lots of discussions today. You've probably seen some XApps and RApps out there that are being displayed. So you may think that the RIC is ready to go, but there are still some challenges ahead, and I think that we want to discuss those today as well and see how we can overcome them as an ecosystem and how we can work together, particularly on maturity of the baseline specifications and what those look like. The integration with legacy systems is a point that we need to solve as well. in order to make sure that the potential that we have with the RIC and the innovation that we can have on the Open RAN system doesn't go down the road of what we saw with SON in the past. So that's why I feel particularly lucky today to be surrounded by the experts who are going to be answering these questions for all of us. And I'm really happy to welcome you all onto the panel. I'm going to start off with just asking each one of you to give a little bit of an introduction about yourself and the role that your company is actually playing in the RIC ecosystem, so that everybody kind of understands, which perspective that you're coming from. So please, Soma.
Okay. Thank you, David. And let me start with introducing myself. My name is Soma Sarkar. I head the Edge Cloud Platforms organization in Nokia's mobile networks. My organization is mainly responsible for all the Edge Cloud products, which includes the cloud hardware, the cloud software, the infrastructure, also the overall Cloud RAN solution, and also products like the front haul gateway and the RIC, what we are going to talk about today. I'm very happy and excited to be here and getting to meet wonderful people. So indeed a great opportunity. And then coming to, you said, what's the role that Nokia plays? So maybe starting with Nokia's, Nokia and Open RAN. So I think Nokia was one of the first major vendor to be part of the Open RAN coalition. Nokia has been, if you look at the history, supportive of open and interoperable technologies. We've been working very closely with the operators and also all the other stakeholders in the ecosystem to shape the policies that would build or that is building the open wireless network. Coming specifically to the RIC ecosystem, I think first and foremost, we co-chair the working group 3 in the ORAN Alliance, where we are driving the specifications for the near real-time RIC and the E2 interface. Also, if you look at the platform, the near real-time RIC platform software, the code base has been co-created by Nokia. Also, we are working quite closely with the operators and the partners in validating many use cases with the XApps in the ecosystem, and also working with all the partners. And I think the i14y lab itself is a very great example of how we are collaborating with partners in the ecosystem, and I would say playing a key role in the overall open environment, I would say.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and welcome. Timo, introduction, please.
Thank you, Sir David. Yeah, so my name is Timo Jokiaho. I'm Red Hat's Chief Technologist for EMEA Telco Media and Entertainment Organization. And we work very closely with most of the service providers in this region, of course, together with our partners, Nokia being one of those, to kind of encourage telco industry to go more and more for open source solutions on, not all the way. Of course, there has to be room for people's own software technology, but on the lower layers of the stack, which should be common to pretty much everybody. Well, so we encourage industry to do that through our partners and directly with the service providers. And Open RAN or ORAN is one of the big opportunities for us as a software platform vendor and automation tool vendor. So what we do in ORAN context or Open RAN context is very simple. Some might say that it's even boring, because what we do, we provide open source software platforms, Kubernetes container platform mainly today, to host any workload in Open RAN, and of course 5G core as well, like DU, hosting DU with their specific features to be built into the platform, hosting CU, hosting RIC, which is a topic of this panel, and of course hosting SMO. We are just a platform vendor, which might sound boring, but of course it's the most sexiest thing in this world. But we do also provide automation tools, not the complete automation for the ORAN, but tools to build end-to-end automation, which has been one of the topics today, which is highly, highly important topic. So open source software platforms, open source software tools, and some management tools. We do not have any applications for any purpose, not in telco, not in IT.
Okay, thank you, Timo, and welcome. Shamik, over to you.
Thanks, David. So I'm Shamik. I'm the CTO for our connectivity business in Capgemini Engineering. How does Capgemini actually fit in? We have two roles. We are an engineering services company as well, where we help those who want to build Open RAN systems. We help them to build those systems through our expertise and our investments in some software accelerators as well as through engineering services. And then as a system integrator, we are working with leading operators worldwide in trying to design, deploy, test, validate the Open RAN ecosystem for them. Specific to RIC, it's a very important area for system integrators, primarily because as a system integrator moves into the ecosystem as more of a product integrator than just a system integrator, it needs more vertical knowledge on how to integrate the RIC with the SMO, with the CU, DU, and even right down to the cloud platform and the silicon itself. So as a product integrator, it's important for us to understand how we can create new applications and new use cases around Open RAN. Our energy saving project BOSS, which I spoke about in the morning, is one such example, and we are also driving development of several XApps together with the operator ecosystem. Apart from that, as a system integrator and a managed service provider, one of the key challenges for us is to ensure that the whole network is up and running continuously, and also we are able to monitor the network performance. And as Open RAN becomes more, as the RAN becomes more softwareized with virtualized and open ecosystem, it gives us an opportunity to figure out how we can automate network management at scale. And also how we can, collect information, data, how we can create small little digital twins across the network so that we can operate the network at scale in a more efficient manner. Of course, that's easier said than done because it's still work in progress. And we believe that the RIC and the SMO ecosystem will provide us with those hooks for a system integrator who can then leverage those hooks to develop more resilient automation and monitoring systems for Open RAN. So both as an engineering entity, engineering product development entity, we are very interested in how to build Open RAN itself. But at the same time, as a system integrator, we see this as a major opportunity to drive efficiencies in the RAN deployment space. So that's roughly what we are.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And I guess that's probably answers what the question is for the killer app for the SMO and the RIC, is to make sure that the network is actually up and running. Yeah. Great. Okay. So the RIC technology, as you can hear, there are many different players, there are many different layers to this. So I think O-RAN Alliance have done a great job in building a new architecture related to this and the specifications around it. However, Soma, I wanted to ask you, as Nokia are leading one of the working groups related to this, what is the real maturity of the interface specifications with RIC, and how much work is there left to do to make sure that they're kind of fully open and fully interoperable?
Right. Very good question, David, because everything depends on the maturity of the specifications. So as I said, yes, Nokia, we are involved, or because we are co-chairing the working group 3, which is basically developing the specifications for the near real-time RIC and the E2 interface. I would say the latest version of the specification, which was released in March this year, 2023, that's the version 3, that's fairly mature. The maturity level would be quite good. When it comes to the RIC APIs, that I would say is still evolving. But we do hope that the APIs would get standardized, and that would then make it interoperable, the XApps to be interoperable. So that's something that we are hoping would happen eventually when the RIC APIs are maturing to that level. Besides that, I think from the solutions point of view, because you also asked how the solutions are, so I would say again the solutions are also evolving because it's a journey. So we have, based on the existing specifications, we have developed the solutions. We are working with multiple operators, and that's also giving us an opportunity to learn. So when we are working with the operators, with the solutions, we are learning, and based on those learnings, we take back and we evolve the solution. So and similarly, not just with the operators, but also, for example, just using the i14y lab as an example, where we've been able to work with different partners who are bringing different XApps with which we are integrating our solution and seeing if there are interoperability challenges, how we can overcome that. So I would say pretty much it's working together with the ecosystem, the vendors, the operators, and the partners together to iron out what are the challenges and then how we can move ahead together. So that's pretty much what we are doing. Yeah.
And Timo and Shamik, you want to add anything to there from your perspective of platform providers and looking at it from the XApp RX side of things? Are the standards there yet? Are you getting, from the application side of things or from the platform side of things, are you getting the right data sets that you need to be able to satisfy the use cases that you foresee?
So I agree all what Soma was saying, and pretty much the only thing I can add to this, maybe looking at the Oran Alliance architecture, for example, we as a platform vendor, we have nothing to do with the E2s and A1s and all those interfaces, but we have a lot to do with O2 interface, which is not really a RIG interface, but that's our focus in Oran Alliance, to make O2 right, whatever that means. There are always camps, but coincidentally, right now, as we speak, there is an Oral Alliance General Meeting going on in Osaka, Japan, and hopefully we will get a lot of progress happening in all of these interfaces in that general meeting, including these RIG interfaces.
Yeah, I think one of the major challenges would be that it's pretty new thing, the whole idea about RIG, where networks are able to share data, where a third party is going to use that data to build applications. This is, in my opinion, a big cultural shift as well in the world of telecommunications, and people are not used to this. So as a result, what is really available, what can be literally used by application providers are pretty limited as we speak. So that also means it stops innovation before it starts. So it has to. So these collaboration labs like i14y actually can solve that problem, because this is the place where people can come together and figure out what's really needed to be exposed from the network in order to build applications. So that's one. The other challenge is that the whole Open RAN or radio network in general is a complicated topic, and that's not really something understood by the application developer ecosystem, and they don't need to. They really, but it's our job actually to attract those developers towards Open RAN so that they can think how to build applications on top of Open RAN. Remember, a lot of telecommunication innovation has happened outside the telecom industry. And to give an example was that before iPhone came up with the application ecosystem, nobody really knew how to consume internet on a phone. So we have to understand and acknowledge the fact that innovation sometimes is better done outside the industry, and then the industry imbibes that. And we have many such examples. Who thought that just a resilient internet would give rise to car sharing or taxi sharing applications? So if you, and even though it might sound frivolous from an Open RAN context, but trust me, if we open up the ecosystem to application developers, there can be innovation which we can't think of as telecom engineers. So I believe that's the way forward on how we can make Open RAN more accessible to the larger developer ecosystem should be a critical factor.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like one of the key points, right? You know, the telecoms industry has tried to engage with the developer industry multiple times over the past. I think you look at GSMA's One API, if you look at Mobile Edge X, you know, the list goes on and on. So we need to make sure that this case is a little bit different. So how do those developers come in and influence the data that they need, or understand what data is present, so that they can develop these innovations with these applications, and obtaining that level of data, whether it's coming from the RIC platform or whether it's coming from the network infrastructure, there may need to be changes to the standards. So the developers need to influence what you guys are doing actively with an ORAN And also, you know, it's a little bit difficult as RAN networking data is often viewed as, you know, slightly proprietary, and people like to keep that a little bit confidential, particularly the operators. Do you see that this is changing and that they're becoming a little bit more open to expose the type of data that they have in order to achieve this level of innovation and bring the ecosystem together? I think, Timo, if I ask you first.
Yeah, so I answer first, and you can, of course, complement what I say. But it's true, the data is I wouldn't say it's secret, but it has been proprietary, and it's a very sensitive data, that's for sure, and that's the reason it has not been shared very widely earlier, because with that data you can optimize the radio environment, you know, performance and all these things.
Or disrupt it.
Or yes, exactly, yeah. Now, that has to change to some extent, on my opinion, and RIC again plays a big role there. But how to make that happen is not piece of cake. It needs an ecosystem, as we are speaking today, and the lab like i14y lab. But what it really needs within the ecosystem, and this is what Red Hat has been doing and for ages in open source project, is a trust between the partners, so that partners know that if I talk to this person and I share my data and we decide or we agree that, you know, this data can be shared between these partners, which was not the case before, it requires a lot of trust. And as we all know, building the trust between the partners in ecosystem is not an easy thing to do. Losing the trust is a piece of cake, but building the trust is a difficult thing to do and challenging thing to do. But to make this sensitive data available, not for the whole planet, but within the ecosystem, I think that has to happen, and it needs a lot of work and collaboration between all of us and the labs like this, or NTT Docomo or Rec Lab, or all of these labs.
Summer, you'd like to add to that?
Maybe just to add one point, and I think it's so important to have that collaboration and, you know, establishing that trust, because we are talking of, you know, making our applications more, you know, improving them with AI ML. And if you have to train, if you have to, you know, have that learning, so unless you have the data set, it's difficult to, you know, have that, you know, kind of artificial intelligence built in. So it's very important, completely agree with what Timo said, that the collaboration, establishing that trust, and, you know, having the facilitation along with the operators and the vendors and partners together is what would make us successful here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, trust is the most important, but also I think along with that, it's also how we can facilitate the larger ecosystem. Today, mostly it's a cozy club, and if we have to really go beyond and attract application developers who might be interested in this, who might be trustworthy, if we have to really get into that, then we have to talk the developer's language more often than not. And one of the APIs which the operators had launched some time back, if you go and check the website today, there's just one application developer there. So obviously something went wrong when the operators tried to do it once before. But then there are changes we can see from an application development perspective. So many operators, software companies together, and network equipment providers together form the Kamara project, which is actually driving some of the network API development. I see the next one is around about that. And there I see a lot of developers getting interested in how to use the network, how to use network insights, and how to build more innovative applications around it. I think it can be replicated, but there is also a problem with open developer ecosystem. It's hard to manage. And I remember the days when OpenStack was launched, everybody had an opinion, everybody had a project, and there was the big tent concept, and then everything kind of became a problem before things had to be more better governed. So yes, I think the way forward is to build an ecosystem which attracts developers, which provides developers with the right set of tools and sandboxes and testing and test facilities, but at the same time ensuring that there is a level of testing, validation done before an application is allowed to access network. So again, reiterating, the role of such collaborative labs becomes more and more important to pre-test such use cases before it goes into the network.
And trusted partners that you can collaborate
The trusted
with.
partners can collaborate.
Okay, I want to change tact a little bit. There was a really interesting article from Ian Morris from Light Reading, who said that the ecosystem is facing a choice to decide whether to implement XApps for near-time RIC, RApps for non-real-time RIC, or both, with some players like Ericsson stating that they only currently support RApps and maybe XApps in the future, maybe. So the question to the panel, and Shamik, I'd like to start with you actually because of your platform play, but also apps and your overall SI play as well, is that leading to a division in the ecosystem developing RIC today, and how do we avoid the fragmentation that may actually drive? Because I've also heard that certain use cases could be implemented as part of near real time and some as non-real time. How do we drive that to make sure that we're avoiding that level of fragmentation?
Yeah, and that's a hard question, hard problem to solve, because the near real-time RIC is so close to the radio network. As of today, we expect the network equipment providers to come up with a RIC platform because it might be hard for them to open up all those interfaces at this stage. But as a result, what's happening, there is a bunch of applications which are being built by the network equipment provider, and then it is expected that the application developers are only going to focus on the RApps, which might be a good starting point, but it may not be sustainable. Because it would mean that even we are talking about Open RAN, it is still not very open because the near real-time RIC is still not accessible to a developer. So I think there is no real answer today to stop this fragmentation. And maybe it's a good idea to keep it a bit fragmented right now. That at least would ensure that an ecosystem is built on the two layers. And then at some point, this can converge. But not doing anything is also a problem, right? So I believe the RApps should be more developer-centric, whereas the XApps can be developer-centric, but it will take time to evolve there.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. One of the other questions I had is, we talk about the RIC and Open RAN in this kind of context in almost like a standalone type of scenario. But if we want to integrate this into brownfield deployments, and we know that those brownfield deployments have implementations like SON, like some of the other private network enterprises have, their own type of implementations for network management as well. Is there a way to integrate RIC into that brownfield deployment and coordinate between the two, Soma?
Yeah, absolutely, David. I think, again, this is very important because most of the networks around the world are brownfield networks. So I think as Nokia, when we are developing a solution, it's very clear that we have to develop a solution that would fit into the brownfield network. And if you take our near real-time RIC that we have, it's pretty much, it can work with any of the networks. It can work in the traditional network. It can work with the O radios, open radios. It can work in a classic or a cloud kind of a network. It can be working for the enterprises or for the CSPs. So I think the solution that we have is pretty much able to work on or fit into a brownfield kind of a network. Also, the other important thing that I could highlight is that, for example, the real-time RIC that we have is able to tap into, I think there was, I think one of you were commenting before that, how do you make data accessible to the XApps? So we are able to pull in the real-time measurements from the network and provide that kind of data to the XApps. We are also able to integrate with the existing management systems. Say NetAct that we have, our RIC can be integrated there. So, and also the other important thing that I could highlight here is that today we are actually validating use cases with one of the tier 1 operator, which is a brownfield network, which has more than 100 cell sites. And we are very successfully testing some of the applications like traffic steering, energy-saving applications, which is again in a brownfield kind of a network. So yeah, I think whatever solution we develop should be able to work in a brownfield network. Anything?
Great. Shamik, I want to come back to you because I think we were talking a bit before about engaging with the developer community and the, the level of innovation that's going to come there. Now, obviously, the vast majorities of the developers are not going to own an Open RAN test lab or a radio network to be able to validate their applications on. So how do we make sure that we have test beds that are accessible to these developers to come in, to validate, and to actually enter into the ecosystem and become a part of it? And do you see i14y as maybe one of those environments?
Yes, and if you go back a few decades back when the cloud, the whole cloud ecosystem came through, how did the application developers actually get interested in that? It's because, of course, the cloud companies ran a strong outreach program for application developers, and they give access to cloud remotely. Now it's given, but at that point of time, it wasn't so easy. I mean, it wasn't so obvious that you will get access to a platform as a service, and you would be able to build applications on top of it. So the cloud ecosystem has shown that it's possible to build sandboxes and attract developers. The difference is that Open RAN is not cloud, and there is a significant part of it is physical hardware and radio. So the development of sandboxes, I think, is critical. This also means that we also have to bring in a lot of test and measurement companies into the sandboxes so that things can be emulated. Different types of networks, different types of traffic can be emulated from a radio perspective, from a mobile perspective, from a device perspective, so that an application developer can actually simulate different kinds or get a simulated environment to figure out what they need to do as an application provider. So sandboxes are critical, and sandboxes have to be also made available remotely. That's how developers would expect it to work. So labs like i14y and other OTIC labs and other collaboration labs can actually make that happen. Or even the operators, I think, if they are really interested in getting the larger application developer ecosystem involved, then they could set up such sandboxes everywhere. So yes, I think there is no alternative but to have more resilient sandboxes available, both emulated and real, and to attract application developers.
Okay, great. So going on that, we've also heard today that i14y recently ran a Spring Plug Fest. Rick was one of their major work streams there. And I guess the three of you were on stage because you were also part of that level of testing within the Plug Fest as well. So I'd like to understand from each of you, starting with you, Timo, what were the lessons learned that you got out of that Plug Fest? What challenges exist, and how are we going to overcome those to get to that level of maturity?
Okay, so I have kind of two different levels of answer. And the first level is that, first of all, we did the Plugfest integration with Juniper Rig, and if I may say so, there was no problems. And it can be explained, and we have the same with the Nokia Rig, because we have certified Juniper Rig, we have certified Nokia Rig called Service Enablement Platform, we have certified Mavenir and somebody else. So it was kind of a no-brainer to do the Juniper Rig integration to Red Hat OpenShift. So, and that was expected. Now, what frustrates me tremendously, and not just me, but many other people, is that the fundamental connectivity is always a problem when you go to run a POC or something. You spend a lot of time to get IP connectivity established, and that was what happened in this case as well. Rig platform integration, no issues, but getting the fundamental connectivity to measurement equipment and all that stuff, that was frustrating. And it's been the case for a number of years. It's always, well, not always, but most of the times it is a case. And that should not be the case. Have the lab environment ready for POC.
So would you say that, like a permanent testbed setup would be a better environment to run these types of...
Well, like tests? In the context of i14y lab, that would be fantastic if we had a permanent, how would I call it, rig testbed or rig environment in this lab. Right. We would not need to fiddle with the basic connectivity.
Okay. Soma, Nokia also took part, correct?
Right.
So what would what did you guys take out of the Plugfest?
Right, so a couple of things I could highlight. I think one thing, that challenge that Timo highlighted, really to get this kind of an environment up and running. the simulation part is quite extensive, exhaustive, and I think that's a challenge that I would see. Yeah, the other thing that I think is kind of a challenge is to really have end-to-end kind of test cases available which can validate everything. So, having that kind of test cases to do the validation is also something that I think a lot of work still needs to be done. And a good learning that we've had is basically that when we see the algorithms on the XApps and the algorithms we have in the RAN inside the G-Node-B, I think we see that those are able to work pretty well together. So that was actually a positive learning from the exercise that they work pretty well together. So yeah, I think these are some of the takeaways at least I could highlight from our experience in the PlugFest. Yeah.
And Shamik.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they have already covered the key ideas around the PlugFest. As I said, I mean, PlugFest, one thing for sure is that the specification and the APIs and the interfaces, I think is getting much more mature as PlugFests are progressing. So that was one key takeaway. Again, I think the PlugFests have to, we have to, it's the stakeholders of the PlugFest, we need to make things a little more simple and define the process, the outcomes, documenting the outcomes, putting it back into the learnings. I think the dissemination of the understanding other learnings have to be a little more structured. One of the things that we tested was our energy saving app, which I spoke about in the morning, and where we simulated networks using test and measurement equipment, Viavi being one of them, and we could actually generate a lot of different alternatives, a lot of different type of traffic and use cases using test and measurement equipment. And I think that's also an important element that we tend to forget. I mean, a lot of effort goes into real integration of the RAN and the radio and everything, which is great. But emulation can really make things go faster in PlugFests. Simulated environments can give a lot more a different color, which perhaps is hard to try in a real environment. So yeah, I'm looking forward to more such PlugFests where we try to bring in different test and measurement companies, radio equipment, and then try and see what really needs to be improved from the specification point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. And actually, we had a really interesting presentation yesterday related to doing emulation testing for RIC apps and training up the AI ML based on what could be data taken from a live network and emulated to be able to train up the models within the lab and comparing that to doing it within a live network scenario. So that was interesting to look at. But just let me wrap up a little bit now. I think thank you all for taking part in the panel. What I take out of this is that the RIC does have a huge amount of potential in the area of Open RAN for innovation, some of which is already being realized today. But there are still some challenges that we need to work together on. In terms of making sure that the standards are completely refined, that we do have maybe a little bit more of a direction in terms of drive and the market deciding whether it will be non-real time, near real time, or both, or even I think we saw a presentation yesterday where there would be DApps being implemented, but that's for another discussion. We've run out of time on that today. But I think also the importance of labs like i14y to provide test beds, test activities, and sandboxes to allow the developers to come in with the people who they're collaborating and trusting to work with as well is really, really important to make sure that the RIC ecosystem is going to be mature and will not just be another SON, but will be a completely open platform for innovation. So please join me in thanking all of our panelists. Thank you.
Thanks also, David, for your moderation. I guess you were able to manage back on track these rebels, right? And talking about RIC.
Yeah. I don't know whether we call them rebels or the innovators, or maybe the innovating rebels.
Great. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, an applause for David and the incredible panel. All right. Very good. So the next presentation will be in a different format from the previous ones, which means that we will have someone presenting, and I will announce it very shortly. But after the presentation, you will be entitled to ask questions to the presenter, which means that we will have Nico and myself looking at you, understanding who wants to address a question. So make sure that you are not falling asleep, be very active, and our presenter will definitely count with your questions. So with no further delays, let me announce Noel to the stage. Noel. Thank you, Noel.
Hello.
Thanks for joining, and thanks, for actively waiting until now to give your presentation. So, interesting one. You will be talking about monetizing open network APIs, learning from API success stories. So, how come?
So what we're talking about is really about that we started 2 years ago with something called network APIs for developers. So like the panel discussion before, we heard a lot about of developer experience, how we can bring developers to interact with systems and to come into our customers from telcos. And this is exactly what we're doing with this. And I will give some insight there.
So Noel, over to you, and then I will join you for Q&A session. Thank you so much.
See you. Okay. So, first of all, my name is Noel Wittes. I'm working for Deutsche Telekom. I'm the product lead for network APIs. So, and what are network APIs in the end? So, 2 years ago, Deutsche Telekom, we're sitting together and thinking about, okay, a lot of these OneEdge, Twilio, and Infobip doing all this CPaaS business. And we decided, okay, but telcos are not just sending out SMS and sending out voice calls. So we take a look what capabilities telcos have. And we're coming to the conclusion that we're having 3 different categories of informations. One is that we're knowing everything about our customers. So we're knowing, in the end, the gender, the address, where they're living, and nearly everything. Because if you want to get a SIM card or a tariff at Deutsche Telekom or somewhere else, you need to identify with your ID. With your ID. So we're knowing a lot about the tariff. What we're also knowing a lot about is the SIM card information. So we're knowing where the SIM card is moving, if a SIM card is connected or not, and a SIM card is swapping, and the complete status of the SIM card. And what we're also knowing is everything about our network. So we're knowing where congestion is, we're knowing where maybe not the network is not so good, and all of this. And then we decided to take these capabilities and try to open this for developers. So on the one side, we're giving out information, so like, let me call it like read information, so developers can ask us maybe for a status and getting back in information, or we want developers to interact directly with the network to set parameters in our network. So I will go a little bit on 3 different fields now and say a little bit about this. So if you're thinking about developers directly interacting with the telco network, we're having 4 different, let me call it, pillars. So first of all, we're having all this quality on demand. So we're having we from network, we're knowing where the best route, where the best or the fastest route in our network is. So example, we're having like an AWS Edge instance in Frankfurt and the other one in Munich. And the consumer is sitting in Berlin. So which is the closest one? Maybe not the distance one is the closest, the fastest one, let me call it like this. Maybe Munich is faster than the one in Frankfurt. So we can give information about the current situation in our backbone, for example. But what we also can do is we can provide it's called quality on demand. So we can lift up the quality of interaction in the network. For example, let's go to the white icon. It's quality on demand in a mobile network. So one of my favorite examples is like if I'm going to a festival and there's somebody selling beer, most of the time they're just taking cash because the network is so full, because thousands of people are standing in one cell or just some cells, and you cannot pay with your card there. So, and what we can do is to lift up these small transactions from the device to a higher quality level so that we can send out the data. This is just one example. I have one slide I will show some more. So what we also want to do is we have informations to check device. It's like a big class what we want to offer. We're having the connection status, so we can give out how the connectivity is right now for this device. the quality. We can make predictions maybe in the future. So there's like from Fraunhofer Institute like these QoS of prediction, and we can also try to give a little more prediction so that somebody asked what is happening on 17th of June at Alexanderplatz at 5 o'clock in the evening. Can I make their video stream or not? And then want something for IoT, just wake up over the network. So one other example, where a lot of requests from developers is location verification. So what we're knowing is, so I'm connected to cells somewhere around here, and if somebody asks now, is Noel near this place? We know, yes, he is here because I'm connected to the cell. So I can localize people without an active GPS. So this is a little bit more accurate. Even you can save battery for IoT devices because you don't need a GPS information. So for example, you have like water pumps placed somewhere and you just want a notification if the water pumps are moving out of a distance from 1 kilometer or going away, so that you see that they get stolen or are moved. So, and the last point, just to give an insight what network APIs are, is that we can do, with the customer data I mentioned, we can do some anonymized motion data, we call it. So we can say, maybe like this is a map of Cologne, we can see, I guess it's the Cologne Cathedral, that in a defined time stamp, there are so many people in this sector. And based on this information, companies can adjust their traffic. So for an example, if you're thinking about a use case for Meta, Instagram or something, if they're knowing that a lot of people are in this area, they can deliver their content in a lower quality, so that's going through. So if they're just delivering like the full HD content, maybe it's not going through because so much people and there's maybe higher congestion. And or even for, if you're thinking about other companies like drones companies, automotive driving, where they need to make route planning, they can see, okay, normally in this area I can drive there and I have a good connectivity. So now we're coming to some of the problems, what we're facing, and I will try to explain how we try to solve this. This is like a standardization of 3GPP, NEF feature for 5G standalone core to set up a higher quality in the network. So we take this API, we went to developers and asked them if they understand anything of this. The feedback was they don't understand anything. So the focus what we're having is not developers out of the telco industry. We're really talking to developers which maybe no telco background, so they don't understand anything of the telco industry, and we want to enable them to directly interact with us. So based on this, we did together with Suprom some analytics and come up with our first concept to set in higher quality. So it's really simple, putting in application address, a user address, a protocol, and decide maybe for a quality of service level they want. And based on this API, we built up some test beds, one in Berlin, Winterfeldstraße, similar to the i14y lab, same building, same area. One in T-Mobile Poland with the Ericsson core, and one in Seattle with the Nokia core with our colleagues from T-Mobile US. And in these testbeds, we invited a lot of customers. So we take our APIs, inviting all of the, I guess, around 40, 50 different companies with developers to test the APIs if they can really use them. And based on this, we have some really nice use cases which are coming out. So we invited from startups to hyperscalers, bigger companies, so everything was in. So we showed on this year MWC like a remote maintenance use case together with Siemens Energy and Microsoft. Microsoft was part in here with their Teams and Azure instance. So Microsoft is building a product based on these APIs where they're getting our capabilities to bring them into Azure. So Teams is calling a higher quality for a remote maintenance situation, so like the remote worker getting a better quality in their glasses because they're getting more bandwidth, and the expert can see what he maybe not see before because it's not clear. The other use case was, we showed last year on MWC, it's automated valet parking, where a camera system is manipulating a car into a parking lot. So yes, in this picture is a really new car, but if you're thinking about cars with just having this parking button, I guess some of you know this. This is an older feature. It's not like a really new one, but all of the cars can be manipulated by a camera system, and don't need their own sensors. So a camera system is saying the car, move left, move right, 1 second, 10 miles per hour in front, and then go on the left. And for this communication from the car to the server, we're using this quality on demand. So if, for example, 20 Pokemon Go players come around, that the car is still driving and not stopping all the time. So these are our bigger tests, and then we had a lot of different tests where we tested drones, where we tested game use cases, augmented reality, and all of these in the Winterfeldstraße. So based on this, we're getting a lot of experience, a lot of information, so that we can optimize the APIs, so that we are really sure that we're going to developers, maybe currently finishing their university, and they see the API and they're exactly knowing what they want to do. So then we're coming to another problem we had identified. If we're talking to, maybe an example, Google, or let's talk about Android, and we ask them, hey, we're from Deutsche Telekom, we want that you implement our APIs in your system so that our customers can ask for higher quality of informations. The answer was, you are too small. So even with our whole footprint, we are too small for big companies to implement our APIs into their systems. So, and even because, then maybe just 10% of their consumers can use it. And we decided then to found an open source alliance. Under the Linux Foundation is DSMA, it's called Camara. As you can see, there are a lot of different players, and so a lot of telcos, of course. We're having all the hyperscalers in with their cloud solutions like Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud. We're having a lot of the vendors in, I guess, all of them. And so it's like a really big standardization, and what we're doing there is really to standardize the API calls. So like really the technical sentence we standardize there. And this is like one of the biggest points, because then a company can call so for example, BMW, if they're driving over to the French border and to the Orange network, they can set up the same API call to get the information. So it's just one implementation. If we're now taking a look more on a B2B2C use case, where I have an end customer behind this. So for example, Sparkasse or something like this, where you're not knowing which SIM card the end consumer have. It's make really sense to have the same API standardization behind this. So, but this is just the technical part. So there are different working groups. It's open source, so everybody can join. So if somebody's not in there or don't take a look in there, it's it's really open. And based on this, there was another initiative. So they take out the technical part and now putting over this open gateway. Maybe somebody of you, it was mentioned in the first presentation today also, and there's the goal to bring the APIs really into the telcos. As you can see, there are a lot of different players. I guess it's maybe all the telco networks so that the complete globe is covered. Not all telcos network, but a good coverage for the whole world. And the focus is here really to bring the APIs into the network, to work on East-West federations, to really have something like an API roaming contracts and stuff like this, and even going really to aggregators and maybe even build an own gateway. What is meant by a gateway is more like maybe some of you knowing this tier 1, tier 2 principle from IP transit or interconnections, so that if a company is coming to Deutsche Telekom and asking, hey, I need this API, can you give me also the one for Vodafone, Telefonica, that we're having like really this roaming agreement there that we can give out all the informations. So, So one more point to this. So it's the way Open Gateway is even that we trying to work on some critical parts. If we're talking about location services and so on, there are parts like consent. So if somebody wants to track me, I need to give a consent. And this is also part of this initiative to have a consent exchange between telcos. So if I'm now in Spain with my Deutsche Telekom SIM card and somebody wants to track me there, the Telefonica needs to ask Deutsche Telekom if it's okay, because my SIM card is based in, so I'm belonging to Deutsche Telekom still. So if we now like I mentioned, we are not alone from Deutsche Telekom, so this is like a big initiative. This year on MWC, we saw around 3,000 pieces of media coverage, 18 operators showing the network KPIs and their boosters. So it's like all the big analysts writing about it, talking about it. So it's like a real push there, and we will expect the first APIs on the market in this year. So with joint movement. So if I now take a look a little bit on the how to address the market. So there are different ways. One of them is every telco can have their own marketplace. So a developer needs to go to each telco to sign up. Hey, Telefonica, I need your APIs. Hey, Deutsche Telekom, I need your APIs. So, but in the end, this is meaning that even if the APIs are standardized, you have a lot of different endpoints where you need to maybe manage. We have different contracts and all of this. So for this, the Open Gateway can help with standardization even in this direction. And but there's also like a big market behind. It's the aggregation. So you can see a lot of these big players here, like API players like Vonage, Infobip, Twilio, Nokia is placing there with a product, and what they currently doing is connecting to all the telcos, bringing in the APIs, building their own products on top of it, so like quality from Vonage, higher quality, and the developer can ask this quality, and the Vonage is doing more like the aggregation behind this, so deciding which network the consumer in the end is. So Vonage, of course, but all the other players like Google, Microsoft Azure, and AWS also pushing this so that you can get the APIs directly in your cloud instance. And this is also a big point we saw when we're talking to developers. Like I mentioned, like also mentioned in the panel before, we need to offer the developers something that they want to move over. If we're just offering our APIs there, just call it one API in our marketplace, quality on demand, why should a developer move over to us to use this API? So it needs to be like the best product in the world that they move over. But if you're going to the places where the developers are, like into their cloud instances, they're getting directly interaction with the same language they understand, the same SDK is, so they directly can use it and don't need to move out of their fields. So this year on MWC also Microsoft showed their program, it's called Programmable Telco, so they have an own product there exactly for these APIs to bring it into Microsoft Azure. So for an example, based on the Siemens use case I showed, it's really simple. So Siemens Energy is the consumer, where the expert is sitting on the right. If you have in the Microsoft Azure instance in the middle, and then this Microsoft Azure instance is calling our API. So the Siemens Energy software, in this case Teams, so it's also for Microsoft, is calling the API over Microsoft Azure. If you're thinking about now customer relationship, our customers, Microsoft, with the aggregation, and Microsoft is holding the customer Siemens behind this. And in the end, the end-to-end flow is then that the Siemens Energy remote worker getting a higher quality. So, and I guess I'm done. And so this was the last point. On the right side, I don't know if somebody is a developer, we're having like a developer community also, so for this test beds and all of this.
All right. Thank you, Noel. Okay, so as explained earlier, so we have now time for Q&A from the audience, and Mikko, you're already with the mic. So who wants to raise the hand for the first question? Henry, come on, I see you. Okay, first one.
Hey, thanks a lot for the presentation. Really a lot of insights, and glad that you mentioned open source. That was sadly, it was not mentioned in the talk before. And the problem that I see in this is that the definition of who are the developers, this is like a short question. And based on that, I see that looks like they're startups, but can you define them properly? Terminology for that, because like this was not defined in the previous talk as well. Who are you addressing with this? What is the characteristics of these developers that you're looking for? And based on that, how you attract them in the way that you share enough data I think this is a huge problem, but how do you attract them in a way that you share enough data, enough use cases that you know the value proposition for you and for them is like a win-win?
So to address the first question, we're really focusing on the application developers. So on the people who are developing the applications for consumers or for B2B use cases. So this, if we're thinking about this is my customer in the end, so he will see my product. And this is exactly where we also see like the implementation then. So in different applications, really in the, maybe in gaming applications on your smartphone, maybe in Teams communication applications, in Zoom, and all of these. So the focus group is external developers which are not in telco cosmos, which are really sitting and building maybe front-end applications for end consumers. And yeah, we had a lot of startups there, but yeah, like I mentioned, the focus group is nearly everything. So we're clustering always in different. So when we started with this for concept, we clustered in different categories. So we have something like, it's called augmented reality, we're streaming in, so like high bandwidth use cases, and then we go and search for companies for this. So some startups, some bigger companies like Siemens for their augmented reality use case, and all the APIs are so sliced that they, in the best way, can use by each use case, so that they're not focused on one company. So, yeah.
All right, second question. Nico, over there.
I have questions about the APIs or types of APIs. I can imagine that you have APIs for network services, possibly for management service or orchestration service when we go in the telecommunication area, what I expect firstly. And also what you mentioned to general services. What is the time plan, or what is the intention there? How is the approach to go there?
So there are 3 APIs, which is really a big push on. This is quality on demand, so getting higher quality. There's an API, it's called check device with the roaming status, to get out the roaming status of a network, and this location verification. So just verification, not giving out the exact standpoint. And all of these 3 APIs are just implemented, I guess, in around 6 networks. And all of the companies are currently working on the BSS integration. So the products are there, but the BSS integration is still missing, the marketplaces. So yeah, a lot of companies of telcos did something like API marketplaces 10 years before, but they now need to refactor it and bring this out. So I'm really sure these 3 APIs we will see somehow this year on the market in some networks. So focusing on October, December, I guess there will come something.
My next question is, I heard that there will also be some relationship to other groups, SDOs, for example, 3GPP working groups. Is there any more detailed information about that?
So there's another big initiative, it's from TMF Forum. There's a Catalyst project, and it's really based so that so the Kamara APIs are really the northbound APIs to the end consumer. But if you're thinking about now how we can bring it into the networks, then we can really build these processes, everything with this TMM Forum APIs. And then if we go a little bit deeper, there's common GPP. So like this quality of service API I showed before, this is something that we doing in the network. So we really taking the APIs which are there and building like a service API layer for the developers on top of it. So we're not trying to build everything new. We're trying to work on the standards in the telco industry. But if you're going to the consumer, we're building a new instance on top, so they can understand it. And so for us, it's also like a security layer, so that we really decide what information we want to give out to the developers. If you're thinking about privacy informations or like all of this, so maybe not the big 3GPP APIs, and we reduce them in to give them out.
Thank you.
Time for the last question. We are running a little bit out of time, but we see. Henry over there. Okay.
First of all, thank you for the great presentation. But my question is about your experience and your surroundings experience about actually, in my opinion, the biggest enabler in the cloud world regarding consumption-based business model on APIs, which is the IAM, Identity and Access Management. how do you see that the industry would be able to move away from subscription-based model into the more consumption-based model, and how would that be linked to the end user's credit card?
Yeah, so this point is really like, we really need to find APIs which are called often. So hopefully that we earn the money. If you're thinking about the whole process, is we need to give developers like APIs they want to call. They maybe can build, like also mentioned the panel before, new innovations on top of it, which they can directly sell to their customers. So in the end, hopefully, they finding like the best new innovation products based on our APIs to their end consumers, earning a lot of money with it, and we getting revenue out of this because they're calling our APIs. So we really need to find the best for the end consumer, and then hoping that we found out, a good way there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Noel. And thank you to the audience for the great questions. All right. Can you believe it that we are now towards the end of this incredible day? So for me, the time was really running and passing by. But that's it. We are really almost to the end of the year. The event, not the end of the year. Which would not be a bad thing because we will already be planning the next summit, right? But no. All right, now almost at the end of this event. So I would like to call to the stage for the closing notes, Andreas Gladish. What do you prefer, being close to the end of the year or to the end of the summer?
So how about the following option? It's the end of the first year.
Yes.
So because we celebrated the opening last year.
All right, so...
I share your view. It was a fantastic day.
Yes. Shall we invite also Nico to join us? What do you think?
Nico, come on.
Yes. And... I need to tell you that we are a little bit running out of the script. So, Christian, sorry, we are the three of us on stage. But I guess we wanted just to support Andreas in these closing notes, right?
You must be in the middle.
Okay, I will be in the middle. All right. Very good. So, Andreas, let's start by... I want really to ask you, what was the overall impression from this great day?
Let me start at a different point. So, we such an event that requires a lot of planning, and we had a lot of sessions. And I remember very well. So, I don't know, 4 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago. So we reviewed the number of people who have registered to the event, and then 30 people already. Perhaps it might be a very small event and nobody is interested anymore, or not a lot of people are interested anymore in Open RAN and what we are doing. So I was really a little bit nervous. And then yesterday I learned, there are 190 plus something people registered. Not all of them appeared. That was a big step, and I said, now we can relax at least at that point. And then, so what I've learned today, the idea, what we want to do, what we want to achieve with our i14y lab, that is the right direction. So working with the ecosystem, bringing the operators together, changing the approach, how we collaborate, even come to a different or new level of collaboration. So working with the ecosystem, that is the right approach. And on the other hand, reflecting all the open questions and the new ideas and what we have learned about AI and what we need to do to make data accessible for the ecosystem, etc. That puts also a lot of additional expectations on our shoulders, and we need to discuss what we can contribute and what we presumably must hand over to other labs or other organizations. But overall, it was a great event, and I think the ecosystem, that's you. So it's really that great that you found the time to join us, and I hope that also you enjoyed the show today. And now, what do we do now?
I mean, maybe...
Because I looked a little bit the planning.
The planning.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
But we didn't plan anything, right,
Yeah,
Andrea?
that's
So
right.
we are just
So
improvising,
now I miss
right?
it.
Now you miss it now. Ah, all right, very good. So just to complement what you said, I also like the fact that I think we are getting closer. So we received direct feedback from all of you during the event that, first of all, you were surprised how informal yet open approach we are having here, not only in the i14y lab, but also overall when we are organizing this kind of events. So we really drink from your feedback. We really want to give a step towards, you know, the improvement of this collaboration. And we talked really a lot about doing things together. And for me, the most important thing is that we are always in the different panel discussions and keynotes talking about we, not I. And this is really a step forward in this journey. So thank you so much for talking about we and not talking about I. And I think this is also making a real difference. Nico.
I would only add on that by showing the pictures that we're currently seeing on screen. It seemed like a great event. Everyone liked it. If you have feedback for us, let us know. If you didn't like it, maybe don't.
Just keep it for yourself.
No, we're always open. And as you can see, we had people coming from all corners of the world trying to engage and foster and actually buy into that idea of doing things together. And I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and that is one important point. So compared to last year, it was much more international. So having all the different labs here on stage discussing about what could be the role of the labs, what is the right approach, so how to collaborate again. That was, I think, what a very important step forward. I think following the discussions we had at the show floor here, so there was a lot again about what do we want to do with the next Plugfest. So I sensed a lot of interest, and even more important, there's also the feedback to go for this permanent testing and what is the right approach for the permanent setup, and we work on that. So that's happy to hear your feedback, and hopefully we can take all the impulses and adapt accordingly. But in any case, it's important to see we are heading in the right direction here as well. Yeah, and back to the international collaboration, to hear the ideas from TIP concerning the certification program, to hear the opinions from Oran Alliance, and sensing that what we do is also in the interest of those organizations. That's great. I really liked it.
And you mentioned these different international labs coming over, and also operators outside Europe, and also it was very good to have the representation of NTT Docomo here today, and making sure that we are really having this bridge established and strengthen our collaboration. So I think it was also a very important message, right, towards the relevance or the message that the operators want as a unified voice. Mentioned the importance of the Open Run and the journey ahead of us, right, on the challenges, but also on the opportunities as well, right?
Absolutely, I cannot agree more. Yeah.
Hey, how about if we do? I mean, since we are still improvising, right?
Yeah, that's what we
and
like to do. Yeah.
Since we always like to have the feedback of the audience, so I have a challenge for you. So if you could describe in one word the event of today, so what would be that word? Who wants to start? Energy? Very good, Timo. I like it. Who's the next one? Gustavo. Together. Very good. Energy together. Who wants to go next? Oh my God. Come on. Juha. Inspiring. Wow. Huh? High five. All right.
Energy together, inspiring.
Yes.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Dankeschön. All right. Great. Thank you so much. Katja. Hello. You're just done. Okay. Word done. Okay.
Done.
Yes, yes.
So now,
yes.
Do you like to create a sentence out of that?
Yes, hold on.
Later.
I forgot. No, I'm joking. Okay. There was one gentleman that was raising, Ranganai. Feedback. Great.
And it's only one word, Ranganai. Great. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Touché. Thank you. Well, my word is ecosystem.
Yeah.
How about your word?
Collaboration.
Yeah. Nico.
And power play.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 words.
Come
But
on.
yes, okay. Then, all right. Very good. I'm really happy with the outcome of this session. And perhaps now we should really thanks to the tremendous team that was really behind the organization, putting the effort for several months, right, Andrea? So maybe we can spend a few minutes talking about, the hard work that was done by the team behind the scenes.
Actually, it is a long list of contributors.
Yes.
It was really a team effort. However, there are some shoulders who had to carry more than the others, as usual. So I really would like to thank the Capgemini team who helped us in setting up the entire event. So where's Sandra and Mohamed? Yeah.
Big applause.
Because nothing.
Join us to the stage.
So
Come on,
we
don't
missed
be shy.
Sandra. So please come on stage.
Yes.
So and nothing would have happened without your powerful nerves.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So and your tolerance. I know you send out emails, a lot of emails and messages to potential presenters, etc. And then, okay, as usual.
Sandra,
yeah, come on stage. Yeah,
thank you.
Really thank you for setting up the event here. So this is your applause, Sandra.
Yes.
Really lovely. Well, thank you guys for being there. Oh, sorry. Thanks, you guys, for coming and joining our great event. Hopefully see you next year or sooner. Better than that. And hand over to you again.
Great.
Sorry, super spontaneous.
No, it does, as usual. You take the microphone and everything. And everything is done. Okay, so we have to thank the host of this building here,
Absolutely.
or the host of the event. So where is Slavomir? Slavomir, or someone representing Heinrich Hessen. Slavomir, come on stage. So, because it is not so easy to find a venue that really allows us to have sessions on stage, exhibition, small exhibition, great catering. So really, thank you, Slavomir.
Thank you.
It is almost impossible, but it's possible here. Yeah, and finally, really thank you, the moderators.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Katarina, great job. Nico, great job. And this is your applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so I think we need also to spend some words to the audience that is watching us remotely. Thank you so much, and thanks, it's not the same experience, of course, as being on site and receiving, all the energy, as Timo was mentioning in the beginning, and all this inspiration, but I hope it was a great experience. Thank you for being with us remotely, and we do hope also to receive feedback, and if you have also some suggestions, for the future events, let us know. You know how to reach out to us, but many thanks also for the remote participation. And I would like also to thanks to Bettina and Katja and Andreas from DT to make this, again, possible, that you are also the moving force in the middle of putting all this ecosystem together.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to all the partners that had the showroom there, allocated experts and really dedicated energy to put everything together.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, so it is about all the contributors. So,
correct.
And you are the examples with the bigger shoulders.
Thank you.
But in general, it's a contribution of all the partners and all the attendees. And that is, I think, what is this kind of events about. And really thank you for contributing. Really thank you for coming. See you next year. But
see you next year, exactly.
In between, there is at least one plug fest, perhaps two plug fests, and the permanent tests will be in operation as well. So you are invited to contribute to the technical part as well.
Yes.
So then, really thank you for coming, and that's the end of the session, right?
Wait a minute.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Because we still have 1 minute. So
should not take that too religious.
No, exactly. I know. I just it was pertinent, just saw the minute. Wait a minute. Okay, how about if we also spend 1 minute to applaud the team that was behind the technical team? So on the rocks, Christian and all the colleagues that were here. Okay, and last but not the least, thank you for being here with us all the day.
Safe trip back.
Exactly, and you are invited for the next year. Thank you.